Streams live. Charts are set. Be ready. Alpine's best. Welcome in. Sunrise glow.
Not a good start to the day. This is crazy bad luck.
From the charts to the course, we touch the sky. Alpine rising high. From the charts to the course, we touch the sky.
Oh man, this is so painful to look at this chart. I gotta decide what I want to do here. Do I want to go in a little recovery mode, one by one? I think that's what I'm gonna do. I'm down $900, so it's not the end of the world. It's just so unfortunate the way it happened. I got missed on the ORB by like a couple ticks to win. Like literally, I don't know why I didn't win. Like it felt like it hit my target, it didn't. So I got out for a small win. I reshorted on the bottom, got stopped out at the top, and I took it one more time. Oh, so unfortunate. So unfortunate. So many things went wrong this morning. Maybe I should just focus on Take Profit Trader. Because if I make money with Take Profit Trader, this loss is not going to be relevant. It just I had payouts pending. I mean, not pending, but today I would have requested more payouts. Would have been requesting more payouts today. I was patiently waiting for a two-legged pullback here. We never got it, so I never took it long. And now we're kind of back up. Oh, so unfortunate. So unfortunate. Gotta just relax, calm down a little bit. I mean, being down $900 is not really something I am upset about. It's just I'm upset about how it happened. Nice. 50-minute ORB. Failing right now, though. Let's see. You gotta be careful with breakouts today because the market is still in this zone. Like it's been here for this whole week. and this little flag, whatever you want to call it, reversal or flag. Yeah, 2 p.m. FOMC. I gotta decide what I want to do because I definitely want to trade FOMC. But I got stuff to do that I should probably end the stream at like 11:30 and then come back for another stream from 1:45 till 4 p.m., which I might do. Is that $100? Gotta do that 100 more times. Oh god, this account is this is the account that controls my TRADEIFY. I didn't even know that. So that took it on TRADEIFY as well. Waiting for 2 payouts on Take Profit. Got approved for $1,500 from Apex. Got $1,500 from Bullnox yesterday. I gotta calculate it, and I should do it today because I am very close to 300,000 on the year. It's gotta be within 5,000, I think. Which I could have gotten there today if I would have won on the ORB. Could have requested close to I don't know, would have been like close to $3,000 today. That's if I would have requested it today. I don't know. I still wasn't at max payout. Well, we'll see how it goes. I mean, again, gotta just focus on do I know how much I have spent on evals roughly? I would say around, I don't know exactly, but I would say around 70,000. That's my estimate based on, I did it sometime in late summer, I calculated. Last year I was kind of shocked that it was so low to what I was thinking it was gonna be. This year I think I spent more. Last year was like 52,000. This year I think I'm gonna be 70. Just because of March. Just because of the new rules and direct to funded accounts, you know, those are more expensive. And just overall, more difficult to get payouts. Way more difficult to get payouts this year than it was last year. Last year, if we had the same market last year as this, like the same rules, and I traded the same way, I would be close to 450 on payouts, I would guesstimate, if not more. Because I had so many accounts well over safety net all the time that I never got a payout from because I never got to a payout. But last year, that would have been the payout. And not to mention, I have probably like $50,000 worth of denied payouts this year. Right? So like, you'd add all that up. I mean, I should easily be at 450. But not gonna complain. The opportunity is still here. Just gotta. But even if you make $100,000 trading, it's as long as you keep your expenses low. Like my only bill I pay, besides I buy stupid stuff, but my only bill I have to pay is my mortgage, really, and utilities, right? I don't have car payments. I don't have and gym memberships and stuff, yeah, but I just spend money on golf now, which is still cheaper than going to a track, so I'm not gonna complain. So if you make $100,000, it's all good. I just hope we get some good price action today so I could get some more profits back. It is FOMC day, so let's just remember that. I don't know what that means. Could be choppy, be volatile. I don't know. That was a bad buy. So that low is going to hold for a second, at least. At least make this a green candle and then pull back. I'll take a little break even on that. See, I was proud of myself for stopping out on the ORB when it almost hit my target. It didn't. Start pulling back, and I got out like $150 profit, and I had to take a short there at support, and as punishment, I get top ticked out of the trade. Just a bad sequence of events today. It's a 500 tick time frame. Yeah, ORB was definitely tricky. I have a couple friends that won today. I have a friend that's requesting a payout. He doesn't even trade a lot. Like I just taught him the ORB and he's getting a payout today from Apex. I think he's been on I lost 2 times in the last 2 weeks, 2.5 weeks. He hasn't lost once. Nice job, Stop. I always I always stop out, but the ORB is like, I have to stop out because can't lose the accounts on one trade on ORB. On other trades, yeah, because I trade one account at a time. But the ORB has too many accounts. And it's $900 loss. It's like I'm break even on the week, you know, so it's not the end of the world. But we'll try to make some back. Especially if we get some good setups. Be more aggressive, not just scalp, but let it winner run a little bit. All I need to do is just get a payout on Take Profit Trader and I'll be happy. So I would have to recover this loss plus make some profit. And my long was a good idea, just a little early. I was a little early on that. Overall, not bad. Would have worked out fine. Damn it. Oh, this market's so tough. It is so tough. Because watch, as soon as I long this, it would pull back, right? So like, when do I long it? If I'm not going to long it here, where do I long it? Because it's obviously going to pull back as soon as I buy. That's just how the market works. So you have to buy the bottom. You just have no follow through. So it's like not enough big of a range and then no follow through. So we have to buy risky bottoms and short the tops. When it looks like it's about to break out, it's time to short. Eventually it is going to break out though. It has to. I mean, it's not going to stay in this little channel for much longer. I guess FOMC might do it, but I'm just disappointed in today. So many payouts could have been happening today. Come on, sell off. It's gonna be tough to do giveaways today. I don't know. I don't know how to do it, guys. When I'm red on the day, I gotta focus on trading. So it's gonna be very hard. So just hit the like button. I think we're just gonna do very simple giveaway today where you guys will enter and then we'll just pick because when I do the races, there's too much involved, right? There's too much distraction. And with FOMC today and stuff, it's gonna be hard. It's probably gonna be a simple pick one person. I wish I posted videos, man. If I posted videos, we could just comment on the video and we gotta go shovel. Oh man, that sucks. Oh yeah, my mom's car. So I was driving axle. The axle gave out. So not the engine, not the transmission, which is surprising because the car has like so many miles. I waited almost till 4 o'clock for the tow truck. I was trading my Take Profit Trader account in the car. I don't know why I waited. I mean, the car was like, would have been fine. But the craziest part is the car locked itself. The battery died because it had hazards on, which is crazy for the car to die with hazards on for a few minutes. Well, a couple hours. And it locked itself. Like, what are the odds? The keys were inside, of course. I'm just gonna long because this market is choppy, so it's gonna bounce up and down. Really $100 at a time. We could get we could get there. Yeah, so my dad came, he took my mom home, and then I waited. I didn't mind. But now gotta buy a car for them. At least give them the down payment. I could make the monthly payments, but chop is real. It's gonna be very hard to make the losses back slowly like this. One contract. But it's not the way to do it for me. I'll probably take the ORB style on FOMC, maybe. Yeah, maybe I'll do that. Maybe I'll do a FOMC ORB trade on like 4 accounts. On Apex, you could trade news, so. Yeah, it's just ripping back up. It's gonna be chop. Not even a chop, more like a range. It's less choppy today than it was yesterday at this time. It's just ranging in a tighter range, but I wouldn't say this is choppy. You have a nice clean move down. You have a nice clean move up. That's all we could ask for. Versus yesterday, it was just yesterday was this. Big difference. How I do what? I don't know. I'm gonna figure out. I haven't done that in 2 years. Nathan, let's go. 13,000. Big congrats. What are you buying yourself for Christmas? More accounts. I like that. Reinvest. That's how it should be. Yes, Apex promo has ended. I gotta change that. I don't even know. Am I gonna get 90% off code? No. I don't think they do that anymore. I don't think they do that anymore. I never asked. I was offered the 90% off when they were doing it. But I don't know. I'm not a huge fan of those sales for just one creator. I know it's my birthday, but I don't think they care that much. Would be nice. It sure would be nice. Market is slow. Yeah, they've been chopping for 3 days now. So I guess they're just gonna continue till 2 o'clock. Let's just hope that the FOMC is not a dud. let's just hope, because I've seen it. I've seen it where the FOMC was a total non-event. And I've seen FOMC where it moves over 1,000 points in about a half an hour. So I would like to take that $1,000 move. I'm more interested in the conference than I am in FOMC itself. But I might attempt an ORB on the. I got some evals to pass as well. Oh yeah, it's always the big hands, especially these markets. Traders don't affect it that much. Traders just add liquidity and it's always the big money is controlling the market, obviously, because if it was the traders controlling the market would always be volatile. Because traders are waiting for volatility, right? Traders don't take off. I don't know. I don't think so. Not in futures. Remember, NQ moves like Apple. So that means people got to trade Apple the same. And all the big, the major top 5 NASDAQ stocks, they pretty much move in the same direction or so. And there's too much correlation between stocks and I don't know. And someone's trading the QQQ, right? So if you're trading the QQQ, you're not trading the NASDAQ, so that's different. Then you have MNQ, that's different. It's all like it moves the way it wants to move, and there's someone controlling it. We forget that NASDAQ is an index of 100 stocks, right? It's an index of 100 stocks. So those stocks are the reason why NASDAQ is moving the way it's moving, you would think. I made back $200. Woo! So good. Oh, I'm so mad at myself. I was so proud for like 3 seconds. And then, of course, I try to outsmart the market. I don't know why I took a short where I did. Why didn't I take the break of the low? I don't know. I don't have a recording of it, but this should have been an entry right there. Still wouldn't have won. Never mind. But at least I wouldn't have been stopped out. If I entered here, I wouldn't have been stopped out, and I would have went through the drawdown. But at least I would have won, and I would have been up like $600 a day on a day instead of down 900. It's a game of ticks. Game of few ticks. All right, now we're starting to chop. The range is getting tighter and tighter. Should we do some 7-tick scalps like the OG days? Yeah, it's too risky. On seasoned accounts, I could do 7 ticks on old accounts. Or not old, but silver and gold dumping. Did I get an email from Take Prop Trader today with profile pic on blue? I did get an email from them. I gotta do address verification again, but like I got this. Yeah, sorry about the delays for the giveaways, guys. Just busy day yesterday. Well, gold's not really dumping, it's just pulling back. Well, when you click on that, you go to the portal and you'll see in the portal. So like can't be a scam. So if you click on it and it doesn't take you to the Take Profit Trader portal, then you don't want to upload your address. Damn it, this market sucks. That was a nice dip opportunity, but in hindsight, is it gonna break out? Let's see. Yeah, definitely a good idea to wait for FOMC, you're right, but I got a long ways to go. Damn it. The longs are definitely playing out too. Like I just can't be afraid to buy the dip. Holidays are still not here. Holidays are, I would say, like end of next week. Take a look at it that way. I've traded December's and it was volatile. I think it's just where we are on the chart. Where we are on the chart right now is a very indecisive area. They want to continue higher. I feel like they would need to break the lows first and then go higher, but I mean, I'm just mad because I'm red on the day. Otherwise, I wouldn't really care too much. Again, when the ORB wins, I don't have to trade for the rest of the day, and I'm happy with the results. But when I'm red on the day, I definitely want to make some back. So I would like the market to be better, but at the same time, I'm down 900. I can't complain. First loss on the ORB since, well, I did lose last Tuesday. I made it back. I think that's going to be my goal next year, starting January, is to keep track of the ORB. But sometimes it's execution as well. Like today, I didn't lose on the ORB. Well, technically, I did. If I would have held my initial entry, I would have lost. So technically, I did lose. I don't know how. It must have missed me by just like a tick. Yeah, right down to a tick. So I missed my target by a tick, and I stop out, and then I take a short. I got top tick exited. Oh my god, it's so bad, so bad. Like, can't script it any worse. Apex 90% off. You guys wanted it. Well, it's here. Apex 90% off is here with $65 fees. Evals are $19.60 though, so all the evals cost the same. Let's go. 90% off. All right, not the worst, not the best. I mean, I don't need that many accounts, but you guys were asking for it, so you got it. It's for my birthday, guys. It's not for Christmas. It's for my birthday. How long is it valid? December 16th. um, Bull Knox versus Apex. Bull Knox, very slow payout windows. Very slow payout windows, but um, overall, Bull Knox has more relaxed rules. So in that sense, it's a little bit better. Yeah, the account cap and the there's a few problems with Bull Knox, and they put you live after 3 payouts apparently now, which I haven't gotten to since they implemented that, so can't speak on it too much yet, but we'll find out. We'll find out. Yeah, the 100K account makes the most sense. I like the 100Ks the most. Why do I like the 100K better? Because you have more drawdown. And the price is pretty good right now. I mean, it's a lot cheaper than the 150K account. So I never cared for the 100K accounts, but now once they had, they had that promo for 100K accounts, I actually enjoyed them. They're not that hard to pass. You just gotta pass them in 2 stages because they allow 14 contracts. I never realized that. We're finally getting a little bit of a sell-off. Getting my longs ready. Oh man. Let's see this double bottom here play out, or is it gonna fall through? If it holds this, I'm buying. But daily is looking a little scary to buy right now. Oh man. Daily chart is rolling over. Starting it a little early here, but let's see. This could fall apart really fast. But it's a range day, so I'm gonna play the range. All right, down 600 here. I think I'm gonna call it a day on this account. I think just making the account green on the week is good enough for me for now. Move on to the next account. Yep, 560 is previous day's low. So I'm hoping we flush through here and bounce off this, and two-legged pullback would be ideal. Is the Apex website down already? Yep. You bastards. Okay, bounce up the lows. Come on. It's only 10 points. There we go. And slowly creeping the losses down a tiny bit. Two-legged pullback here, though. Nope. 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 It would have been a two-legged pullback if this candle stayed red, but it didn't. Come on, you need a red candle. Yeah, APEC was like, nah, it's Alpine's birthday. Let's give everyone 90% off. I gotta be at 20 accounts after this. I always prefer cheaper evals than cheaper activation. So could definitely YOLO some FOMC. Yeah, it's a two-legged pullback here now. First pullback, second pullback. Let's see if we could continue. Yeah, it should work. It's pretty much Replicanto. I've never actually used the Apex one. Well, I'm pretty sure it's like Replicanto, so it should work with other prop firms on NinjaTrader. All right, well, that didn't work. Need a trap to work. Come on. It's still weak. Still very weak. I gotta go pee and go get my caffeine. Come on, push it. Push, push, push. There we go. Come on, baby. Come on. Squeeze. Come on. There we go. Little Big Bear said PDL inbound.
I don't think so.
Be right back. There she goes for PDL. There's your PDL. I'm making food, so I gotta be careful. So I gotta go right back to the kitchen before it burns. I'm making some crepes. I wasn't making fun of you. See how this works, Little Big Bear. I am long, and you say PDL incoming, so you're making fun of me. So when I flip it on you, all of a sudden I'm making fun of you. How does that make sense? You said PDL was coming in right here. It did not. That's all I said. I don't know what's going to happen in the next 30 minutes. I want it to go lower. It's more fun that way. But don't say I'm making fun of you when you did the same exact thing just 2 minutes before that. It's all fun. We both made money. You shorted, I longed, we both made money. And now we are even. Yeah, Apex crashed. Oh, I think it's back up actually. At least it's letting me log in. All right. The longs are definitely tricky now because of the way this looks. So gotta wait for my setup. But be right back. Switch accounts here. Guess we got a two-legged pullback. I'll start one. If we go higher, I'll certainly like to add. Didn't have a setup there. I kind of took it early. In anticipation, but let's see. If we hold these lows, if we don't, it's going to get maybe a little bit of a sell-off here. Will be kind of needed. I mean, we've been in this chop for so long. Again, I'm making food, so I gotta leave for a second. Who likes crepes with sweet cheese? Sweet cheese is the best. This isn't looking the best. I have to get out of this. I'm gonna get out because it's falling apart. We're going to trend now. It's always like that. When I try to trade the range, I just don't do well because it always breaks when I get out or get in. I swear to God, if this bounces, I will be so mad. What's the difference? What do you mean? Huh. I am getting destroyed by stops today. Oh, okay. Forgot about that. So that is basically just a platform preference. Do you have any experience trading prop firms, Eduardo? Because definitely don't want to do wealth chart. You want to do either Rhythmic or TRADEIFY, depending on which platform you want to trade on. Wealth chart sucks. Okay. I hear rumbling. Is that the FedEx truck? I'm awaiting my panels, my TV wall. If you want to use TradingView, then you need TRADEIFY. Get the TRADEIFY accounts. The meeting is at 2 p.m. Eastern, so we have 3 hours. I can't believe I literally stopped out at the bottom. What are the fucking odds? But two-legged pullback, and I'm taking in big size. I'm gonna make the loss back. That is crazy, guys. That is insane. Today's the day. Right? Just stop losses are killing me. Literally killing me. I would trade way better without stop losses. Pisses me off. Like, how you get stopped out at the bottom? There's no support. No support. It broke support. Oh, man. Pisses me off. That happened all day today. The reason why I'm red is because of stop losses like this. Now no two-legged pullback. Fuck you, market. I swear to God. So hard to be patient when you're red on the day. Okay, I'm longing break of this high. I would have been green on the trade, guys. My stops are just terrible. Look at this stop. Unbelievable. Come on. Let's fucking go. See if we can get through this 200 moving average. See the difference between entering here and entering here? Here we had 1 and 2 pullbacks and I entered. Here we only had 1 and I anticipated that. So I entered too early. How's it going, Black Coffee Trader? How's everything? Any payouts recently? Will it hit my target? Worst deal. See, everyone has a reason to complain. It's pretty. You have to look in the mirror. Look in the mirror and ask yourself, why am I complaining? There's three different sales within the last 3 weeks. You had an advantage to find something you like. What's the reason to complain? They're not gonna run the same sale every time. Now it's cheaper evals and more expensive activation. I mean, what's there to complain about? You're paying less than $100 all in. We used to pay $33 for 80% off and $85 for lifetime. We were happy about that. Give people like a much better deal and all. It's the same thing. That's life. I understand because like I never dreamt about making $200,000 in a year. I wanted just 100,000. Ultimate goal was $150,000 a year in trading, and now I made 350,000 last year. Now I'm at 300 this year, and I'm never happy. I want more because there's so much potential for more. I didn't maximize my potential, right? So I understand, but don't complain about sales. You had your sale last week or 2 weeks ago. 3 best sales back to back to back. One of those 3 sales definitely worked for you, and you should have your accounts from that sale. That's all I'm gonna say. Big Mike, it's gonna be a journey for sure. It doesn't come overnight. I've struggled where I couldn't get a payout for a long time, or it seemed like a long time, at least for me. Like September of this year, I didn't get any payouts. I got payouts in September, early September, because of my August trading. So from August, I was able to withdraw $11,000 in September, but in the month of September itself, I didn't make any payouts, and I blew so many accounts that were at payout. You know, like uncapped payouts, all that. I had my best streak ever, or close to best streak ever, from June, July, August, and then September. It just all fell apart. I'm not grumpy. I mean, I'm red on the day, so I'm not gonna be ecstatic. But there's some comments that I find funny. Imagine this. It's so funny. Like I'm in the trade long, and someone comments lows are incoming, and I jokingly say no they're not, and I hit my take profit. And then the person all of a sudden gets offended and they think I made fun of them. When indeed they were the ones making fun of me for being long. Because this person does this all the time. This is not someone new. This is a person that's in here complaining or trying to have their own opinion and always opposite of the rest, or at least opposite of me always, but never has anything positive to say. So that wasn't like random. Like if you don't think I remember who you are, like we argue all the time. Can I block? I don't have a reason to block him. Because I don't mind. Just having conversation. But what a squeeze here. What a squeeze. Two-legged pullback. My God. If I didn't lose on this trade, potentially I would have taken this trade on my Take Profit Trader account, because that's the setup I dream of to take on my Take Profit Trader account. Two-legged pullback after a big sell-off. That is like my number one setup for non-scalp trades. Made back nearly $1,600 right here though, so we'll take that. Account is back to 4,000. Oh, that account was pretty healthy actually. All right, let's keep going. Yeah, I mean, trading doesn't happen overnight. I've been trading a very long time prior to prop firms, so I had a jump start. But if you're just getting into trading and you started with prop firms, you don't have the sense of reality either, of what it's like to lose real money, in a sense. So for me, going into prop firms, I already had an advantage because I knew that with real money, if I lose $4,000, I lose $4,000, and I know how hard that feels on your mind and on your psyche going forward, especially when you're trading, you know, small and whatnot, and you have a big red day. In prop firms, for $4,000, I could buy 20 accounts, maybe 25, maybe 30. That's how many accounts I have to lose before I lose what I lost on one single trade many, many times, or one single day. Now, it's very doable with copy trading. You could lose that many accounts in one trade. I'm not saying you can't. But in the beginning, I didn't copy trade. I don't recommend anyone copy trading if you're not getting payouts. That's my recommendation. Obviously, you do as you wish. But if you're copy trading and you've never received payouts, you're putting yourself at a disadvantage, because your advantage is leverage with multiple accounts. So if you have 10 accounts and you spend $2,000 on those 10 accounts, your job or your goal is to make $2,500 across those 10 accounts. So it could be 9 blown accounts. One gets to a payout of 2,500, let's say on the 150K account with Apex, and you're profitable or break even, and now you have $500 extra. And that's how you want to build up. So you're not profitable as a trader. You want to be profitable as a prop firm business owner or self-employed. I don't know what you want to call it. Don't worry about being profitable as a trader in the beginning, because that's very difficult. That's going to take a very long time. Take advantage of being profitable with prop firms first. Okay? That means if you have 10 accounts you lose $25,000, or no, $23,000, whatever. But you get one of those accounts to a payout of $2,000. So you've only made $4,100 on one account, and you lost $23,000 on the other 9 accounts. So you have 9 accounts, you blew them, you know, you lost $2,500. Forget trailing drawdown on that. I know it could be less, but let's say you lost $2,500 per account. That's 9 accounts. That's 22 and a half, whatever, $23,000. And then you made $4,100 on one account and you're profitable. That is the game, that is the trick, and that is what you should be focused on, in my opinion, because trading is very difficult. I know there's a lot of Twitter heroes and YouTube guys that are saying focus on trading better because when prop firms disappear, you got to be able to know how to trade. Well, many of them maybe never even traded their personal capital till they started doing YouTube and they have other sources of income, whatnot. Trading personal capital is very difficult and it takes years. So my response to that is, it's going to be a lot easier for me to go into trading my personal capital when my net worth is over $1 million, right? Because I took $1 million in payouts from prop firms as a part-time income. Right? Let's say over 5 years, I take clean $1 million. Even let's stretch that. Even $1 million after taxes. So it's like, 1.6 million over 5 years. It's not gonna happen, but it could happen. I mean, people do it in 3 days, right? So potential is there, but it's gonna be much easier for me to trade my personal capital when the prop firms disappear once I have $1 million in my bank account, and I don't have to worry about, if I lose this 20K, I'm gonna live on the street. Yeah, Josh, that is something that Apex has implemented because I guess the 20 accounts, right? So other props have better rules out there, but they don't have 20 accounts. So it's like, what can Apex do to protect themselves? Because people have figured out this game, people have figured out this game. When I started trading with prop firms, there was not many profitable traders. Apex was paying out $400,000 a month in the beginning. Then they went to $4 million a month, which was insane amount. But when I got a $4,000 payout with Apex the first time, that was like a big thing. No one was getting consistent payouts. The good traders didn't trust prop firms. They didn't go into prop firms. They stuck with personal funds and stocks and personal brokerages and traded that way. They didn't trust the prop firms. They didn't care for the prop firms. There was no understanding of multiple accounts. I was that guy too. I was like, why do I need 20 accounts? I didn't like Apex in the beginning. I was trading with TickTick. I'm like, I get funded one day. I don't have to trade for 7 days. And then if I want to make money, I could just trade bigger size. I don't need 20 accounts. What's the difference, right? So I didn't understand the concept. It took me a couple months to realize the advantage of 20 accounts. Yeah, Sean. So Apex definitely needs to make the rules more automated, more direct, but that would mean the 30% MAE, max drawdown, would be your daily loss limit. Right? That will be your daily loss limit because how else they're going to do it? So Apex is giving you advantage that you could take a loss at 30% and still trade that same day. or maybe a disadvantage. I don't know how you look at it, but yeah, accounts are $19 to buy the eval, and then it's $62 to activate, or 65. What is it? 65. 65 to activate. So in this promo, I recommend 50Ks and 100K accounts. That is this promo that I would recommend, or those are the accounts I would recommend in this promo. Versus like last promo with the $6 activation. Was it $6 activation? What was the? Yeah, it was $6 activation. For those, I would recommend the 150K accounts because they were all priced the same. The evals were priced the same. So if you had a code for 80% off, this is the thing. A lot of people keep forgetting that they get a code in their email when they fail an account, right? A lot of people forget about that. Let's see if I could find one. So we're sorry your performance account, blah, 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 was closed today. Just use coupon code, blah, 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 and you get 80% off. Okay, so you take advantage of that. You buy the accounts at 80% off, and you activate them for $6. I mean, that was the best deal ever. And then if you didn't have any codes, that means you probably had funded accounts. So, or the other option was if you have any older evals that are recurring. Now the new evals don't recur. You have to cancel them because they don't recur at the same discount. I don't know, Dustin. It's pretty choppy out there. I haven't heard of them requesting videos recently, but a lot of times they have some kind of suspicion of something when they, I don't know. See, Modus, you say FOMC today, Apex is smart as people will buy accounts to go YOLO. I was saying Apex is smart, and that's why they ended the sale yesterday, so people wouldn't be able to YOLO on FOMC. I was like, I wish they had the sale for one more day because of FOMC. See, like I was thinking the opposite. You love chop days? I thought you liked trending days to the downside. How did that trade? How did I trade work out the other day? I forgot. Did you end up holding all day? I totally forgot. I ended the stream, I think, and I forgot. Forgot how the day ended. Right back down to 575. Easy. I wish it was easy. Are you actually short? If you're able to type in the chat, you could probably trade. Just place your orders and set your brackets and let it go. You'll be fine. But FOMC in 2 hours, 2.5 hours, we'll see what's going to happen. Daily chart is looking very, very confusing. Yeah, Big Mike. That is the tricky part. Um, what I would do, well, what I do, I shouldn't say what I would do because it's what I do. So when you have multiple take profit trader accounts, you don't want to trade all of them on every single day. Here's a couple of reasons why. If the payouts don't clear on time, like the payouts cleared already for today, so you can't trade the open, but they'll clear. It depends. Like going back a few months ago, they were clearing before the open. Last couple of months, they weren't clearing before the open. But if you're not, if your goal is to get a daily payout, right? Let's say $300-400 a day. If you have 3 take profit trader accounts and you trade all of them at the same time, yes, you might have some good days. But then that one bad day, you're going to lose all the accounts or on all the accounts. I would rather get one payout per account per day, let's say $400, and then rotate to the next account, if that makes sense. Either the next day or later on that day. So I already have $400 guaranteed from one account. All right, now I could trade one more account. And then leave a blank one for the following day. But if you copy trade them and you make a mistake, it really hurts. Because then you eliminate the daily payout potential. Versus if you blow one account, at least you're done for the day. Or at least you blew only one and you have a chance to recover on the others. And getting them to the buffer, same thing. You want to get them to buffer one at a time. That's how I did it. If you get them to the buffer one at a time, it's scary because if you get one to the buffer, you're thinking to yourself, oh, if I just did all of them, I would have been at the buffer. Yeah, that's the positive side of things. But what if you fail? What if you're at $1,800 and you make a mistake and you lose the account because of trailing drawdown? Now you wish you had 2 other ones to recover. So it's always playing the losing side of things on Take Profit Trader because of how long it takes to pass the evals. Like today, I have 3 Take Profit Trader accounts. I traded only 1. Apex website still down. Damn. We're gonna run a giveaway here momentarily for the first Apex giveaway. I'm thinking about just streaming all the way through the end of the day. Maybe take like a 30-minute break, but Fund the Next wants to partner up so bad. They keep sending me emails. But Funded Next is the only prop firm, or at least one of the only ones, that has offered compensation per monthly basis. So not just commissions, but they pay you monthly on top of commissions. The activation fee is $65 for accounts. You can see in the bottom left of the stream. It's $65 for 25Ks, 50Ks, and 100Ks. So those are the ones I recommend getting for this promo. To take out 2K in a 50K account, you need 4,100 on Apex. 41. So all the accounts, you could request $500 into the drawdown. So on 2600, you could request $500 on Apex 50K. Like, I am red on these accounts today, but all these accounts I could have requested $900 from this account, $800 from this account. So, and I think this one was very close to payout of $500. So I could have requested a nice payout today had I not lost. But I just got $3,000 in payouts today, plus actually almost 4,000 with Take Profit Trader. So I'm very close to, I got to add it all up. I feel like I'm very close to 300,000, and I want to have a countdown on this stream when I get there, even though it does not matter because it's not 300 net. It's just a round number of payouts, which feels good. Can I repeat that again, please? Kind of forgot what. Oh, activation fee. Can I zoom in on this? It's $65. 65. 65 to activate 25K, 50K, and 100K. Whoa, we got gifted subs in the chat from Miss K. Let's go. Thank you so much. Well, that's going to come in handy. If you're a member, you automatically get an entry to some of our giveaways. You get to skip the line. You could activate the account anytime, but the promo for activation is always at the time of that promo. So it's not with the account, it's always with the promo. So right now it's $65 till December 16th. You have to pass before the end of December 16th to activate for $65. Okay, so if you buy on December 16th and you pass on December 17th, you're not going to be paying the activation that is priced right now. Could be less, could be $6 that we just had. Slade, how you doing, bro? It's been a while. Oh man, this sucks. Wish I would have taken this trade on my Take Profit Trader account. I was red on the Apex account, so I wanted to kind of recover that loss. Beautiful trade right here. Yeah, that's the time of the year. Lots of gifts, lots of engagement rings. I know a guy who got 80% off, then $6 activation fee. What do you mean? He had a code. I only used 80% off because I used my old codes, like the blown account codes or renewals. I've been trading with Bullnox for 2.5 years. I don't think I've ever paid more than $16 for an eval on Bullnox. Maybe once or twice when I was like really pissed off and I wanted to get an account. But I always get 91% off on Bullnox. But if someone had a permanent code, that's pretty cool. I don't know how that's possible. Oh, okay. Oh, I got you. Yeah, so he had accounts that he bought with the 80% off. Took him a while to pass, and he ended up passing when there was $6 activation. So he took advantage of that. That's why it's a positive and negative when when the activation discounts disappear, when the promo disappears, people like complain about that because they want it to be within the account. But I actually like it where it's flexible, because like you don't know what they're gonna do on the next promo, especially now. We were so used to the same thing: 80% off, 90% off, 70% off. Then $85 lifetime activation was like the big one. And now they threw in $6 activation. 65 is like a random number. So they definitely have some new people in the marketing team. They're coming up with these sales. What firms are harder to pass and get a payout? Well, passing for me is definitely the ones that have more consistency in the evals. They're definitely the hardest ones for me to pass. Um, that's number one, I think, especially when it's like 5 days. Because like Top Step right now, you know, you pass it in 2 days. If you fail it, you could restart and you pass in 2 days. It's not too bad. On Take Profit, you fail, you gotta wait 5 more days. It really is painful. TRADEIFY, I used to like the advanced accounts on TRADEIFY because there's no daily loss limit, so fairly easy to pass. Now they don't have those accounts anymore, so the easiest ones to pass are the straight to funded accounts. I don't know why, but I have a 100% pass rate on those evals. Every time I buy a straight to funded account, I pass that eval so easily. I don't know why, but it just happens. 100% win rate. Never failed a straight to funded eval before. What do I think of Lucid? I do like Lucid a lot. I have the 25K account with Lucid. Somewhere very close to a payout on this account. Gotta get that maybe this week or next week. Just scared of trading it because it's such a small account. I don't even know Lucid in and out. Like I really don't understand. Same thing with TRADEIFY now with the changes they've made. I don't know them in and out. All right, come on. Let's get this back down to the lows. Come on. Maybe not lows, but down to a 15-minute low. So we'll see. Apex has been saying they're gonna have straight to funded accounts. We'll see if that actually happens. Long, no, Schwabs, don't worry about my opinion. I want it to go up too. Don't worry about my opinion. I want it to go up, but for me to enter, I just want it to go down a little bit first. Yeah, hit the like button, guys. We are going to run a giveaway shortly. Oh yeah, Cedric, that's a good point. People that are eval banned on Apex, maybe maybe they could skip the line. Yes, it's 90% off first month only. Yep, 50% following. So definitely want to cancel. I think the reason why they started doing that is because of the crazy sales they do on activation fees. But I still have a few evals that are 80% recurring, so it's not bad. It's $65 activation. It should say right here. I know it's small, but it should say it. Yeah, it's $65 and yeah, it's bouncing. See? David, yeah, I feel you on that. The 250Ks were definitely tough. If you want to try passing at least one of them, you could hedge 2 and 2 and then hedge the other two. What's the drawdown on the 250K? Forgot. Is it 6,000? 65? Yeah, even now would be hard to hedge. That's a good idea too, Slade. Yeah, so if it's 65 daily drawdown, thank you. Black Coffee Trader, thank you. All right, maybe let's run this giveaway because I'm going to get FOMO here. I'm going to long this. Uh, this was the opportunity of the day for me. I mean, I took advantage of it on one account. All right, so I took a long right there. But look at this stop out. Look at this stop out of this long. Unbelievable. So I'm still down on the day because of that. But 100K is 85 ticks to pass at once. Yeah, I think so. I just do 14 contracts. I try to pass like halfway twice. A little easier on the trailing drawdown. Evan, why? Why is that? You're saying that with ball knocks, you have to activate it right after you pass? I've never noticed. You copy traded that loss in the long? No. The loss that you see on all the accounts is from here. Pretty much same situation. Shorted, stopped out just to see it go lower. I was afraid of it breaking out. I mean, this was a hard stop, but at the time of the stop out, I was like, all right, no, it's not gonna work. I didn't think it was gonna sell off. Oh, Evan, I did not know that. I was not aware of that. It must be new. Maybe I just always activate it. Website's down again. It's working for me. Why does it look like that? I don't know. Every time I do this, the screen gets so like pixelated. I like bull knocks too. I'm very consistent with bull knocks. Bull knocks is by far my best RR. Lowest fees to highest payouts. It's December 16th till Monday. I'm sure they'll run a Christmas sale too. Yeah, I think David, I think Apex has new people that run the sales department. Because like the affiliate people changed. I think Take Profit Trader said they changed some hands too with the affiliate team. I know someone that got banned from My Funded Futures evaluation, My Funded Futures affiliates for no explanation, no reason. They just cut him off, and they're not responding. So I don't know. There's a lot going on. Well, hopefully Dustin before FOMC. You're shorting here. I'm gonna short for you. Take one of these evals. Let's see what happens. Took this long here, beautiful long on the evals earlier. Could have passed the eval actually. This is just an eval. I'm bored. Don't worry, if I lose, I don't care. Trying to see. Sometimes you see the market better when you're in the trade. How long does it take you to get to buffer on the fresh 50K account? Well, I just got a payout today on Apex. It took me 12 days. And it wasn't even a full payout. It was $1,500. So I would say like 10 days. It depends. Sometimes I like to be aggressive the first day. Haven't done that in a while. I'm really quiet. No, I'm just doing stuff, talking to people in Discord. Big payout from Apex? No, $1,500. There was 2 months this year I didn't get a payout from Apex. March and November. That is crazy. March and November, 2 months out of the year, I did not get a payout from Apex. You've been copy trading all your accounts. You're up 3%, risking $200 per trade. What's 3% is what? Of 50K or what? I don't look at percentages when I trade prop firms, so I'm kind of interested to see how you're calculating it. But if you kept your accounts for a month and a half, you're doing something right. So just keep on going. And if you get 20 Apex accounts to a payout in 3 months, that is $40,000 right there in 3 months. That's not bad. You didn't get anything in between, but that's what I'm trying to get to. Like, I'm not trying to like force the payouts right now. I'm desperately wanting to recover the loss from today so I could get some payouts. But at the same time, I know it's a long game. And if I get my 20 Apex accounts to a payout end of January or start of February, that's going to be a huge payout. That's going to make 2 months or 3 months worth of payouts in one payout, you know? So like, just got to be patient with it. Even though I have not received a big payout from Apex in a very, very, very long time, I would have to go back and see what my biggest single payout is. But I request my payouts very differently, right? I don't wait for all the accounts to be synced. I just, whenever it's ready, I take the money. And right now I requested one account on Monday. Just got approved today. I miss the days, even though I don't want to say it because it's bad, but I do miss the days where we had 2 payout windows on Apex. We had mid of the month and then end of the month. It made payouts a little bit more tricky, but it was nice to get a $30,000 payout in one wire transfer. It was definitely nice. Getting $30,000 in 20 different wire transfers just doesn't do it the same way. Yeah, Jacob, you don't want to like focus on trading full time. I don't think that's, unless you're trading personal capital, relying on prop firms for full-time income, you must be very young to do that. Because you could always find a career or job after that. But when you're in your late 30s and 40s, you can't quit your job for prop firms unless you know you could recover your job or replace your job eventually. Because what if the prop firms disappear? Then what? You know, you don't want to be struggling. Dustin, easy short. Look, it's in the money. Just kidding. You forgot to mention Lanto in there. I want some Lanto money. If I would have made $1 million in a month, what would I do? I don't know what I would do. I don't think I would do anything really. Probably buy myself another car, pay off my house, and help my family a little bit. But everything else would be the same. And I'll build the most badass golf simulator in New Jersey. Maybe I would start, actually, no, there's too many of them. I should start a golf sim business. You ready to pay some huge taxes? I already freaking pay huge taxes. It sucks. Last year I paid a lot. Remember, I have 3 sources of income. When you combine all of them, it adds up to a lot. But this year DJing wasn't as busy. I definitely slowed down a little bit. Not taking smaller gigs, definitely, and I gave away photo booth business. So, what 911 do I have? Carrera T. My baby. So yesterday the tow truck driver, he was like a younger guy, he just started his business last year, so it's pretty cool. He I dropped a car to my house, my mom's car. So my mom's car broke down yesterday. I had to get it towed and whatnot. And he saw my old Porsche outside. He's like, "Oh, that's your," and I had to move it to park my mom's car. And he's like, "That's your baby?" I'm like, no. Do I make more from affiliates or trading? It depends on the month. Like if I have a bad month trading, I'll make more money from affiliates. But if I have like a good month trading, like I did between, um, you know, May, June, July, August, make more money trading. So, I make over 10 grand a month on affiliates. But if you have a good month trading, then it's more. But affiliates are definitely a good source of income. And I don't optimize it. Like I don't optimize it at all. I don't post videos. I don't make tag 3 friends on Twitter bullshit. Like I unfollow people when they do that actually. Unless it's like someone I really, really like. Um, I don't have a website with all the codes and discounts. Like I don't optimize it one bit. So I could definitely double my income or triple my income on affiliates. And Dustin, I'm gonna have to give you an eval if I pass this eval. You don't like Porsches? Yeah, Porsches are very specific car. It's but you don't buy a car for someone else. That's the biggest thing. It's like if you buy cars because you don't like cars and you want to impress other people, you're gonna get so bored of it. It's just a car. Like sometimes now I just take my Jeep. Well, in the winter, yes, always. But like even in the summertime, having to pull the car out of the garage, I'd rather just take the Jeep because it's like, all right, I gotta go pick something up. All right. When I first got my other Porsche, like I took it everywhere. I mean, I would go find a way to go drive somewhere so I could drive the car, you know. And this one, like, it's like, oh, I gotta pull it out of the garage, and let me just take the Jeep. I don't use level 2. I don't have level 2 data on my futures account. But like Red to Million, like his question about the affiliate thing, I mean Dominican Trader was asking me about um what camera to get and all that. He's gonna start. I don't know if he started or not. Dominican Trader, did you start already? I gotta subscribe if you started already. But like, he's gonna do a channel for Spanish speaking audience. I think that's genius because that's very unique. And Spanish speaking audience is almost as big as English, right? Maybe not quite because English is very. People all over the world are gonna listen to English speaking streams, but I mean, there's nothing to be really dishonest about. You know how many people started YouTube channels because of me? You got Slade, you got Pine Tree Trader, you got um you also have Black Off, you didn't start because of me, but you got him. You got 0 Day J. I mean, there's so many channels. Like, if you could trade and you're gonna do the same thing pretty much anyway, right? Because you're gonna trade from your desk. I mean, trading on stream is a little bit different, but you're already trading. And the big thing, I'm not gonna judge anyone for starting YouTube for making affiliates. I did not start my YouTube to make affiliates. I had my YouTube channel for a very, very long time before I make a single dime on the channel. I started streaming in 2017 for 50 people with stocks. Then during AMC and GME, my channel kind of like took some traction. Didn't really make much money, maybe a little bit with super chats, but very few. But I got so much hate once I thought that AMC was a short and not a long anymore, which is bizarre because I was just day trading it. I wasn't investing in it, if that makes sense. I was literally day trading AMC every day. And some days I would go long and some days I would go short. And yeah. I used to stream from 4 a.m. till 8 p.m. Had like 3,000 people watching for a couple days. It was really fun. Very out of the blue. So I didn't know affiliates even existed or what the potential was. And I've been doing my channel for a long time because I enjoy YouTube, and all I do is watch YouTube. Yesterday I watched Pine Tree, did some gifted subs in there. Then now I watch golf streams. I used to watch iRacing, which is like a racing sim streams. Now I switched over to golf sim, and those channels are so small. They get like 5 to 10 viewers. So when I come in and I drop in like a super chat or gifted subs, I mean they're overwhelmed. To me it's like whatever. Like, I want to just help out, and they have no idea who I am or whatnot. So it's nice. There's no drama, and they appreciate it. And there's two guys specifically, like, they kept talking about it. One guy went to get lessons, and he recorded the lesson. And during the lesson, the guy was like, "Oh, do you make any money on YouTube?" And the guy's like, "No, but this one viewer paid me to play a course." You enjoyed the trip to the BDH? I think Patrick's just so busy with everything going on. He's got so many like viewers now and so many visitors. So we haven't like talked about revisiting. Um, Eventually we'll probably do it. But I will be going down to Florida eventually, play some golf with Nutty. So we'll definitely do a collab stream when I'm down there. I could pay you to do things. No, I pay people to do things. Like, I'll pay you to come here to get your package. I know that's where you're going with this. I gotta do it. I gotta remember. I am so like, this is my schedule, right? So Monday after the stream, I ended the stream what, 2 o'clock or so? I made lunch, and then I went to look at floating panels for my TV wall. And this store that's in like a little busy town in New Jersey, Passaic, New Jersey. So it's very packed, like, you know, downtown, people walking and whatnot. Very busy. So traffic was so bad. So it's only like 25-minute drive, but with traffic and everything, parking, everything, it took me over 3 hours to get back home. And I was just exhausted that day. Went to the gym, and the day was over. Yesterday, my mom's car broke down, waited over 3 hours for the tow truck. I didn't get home till 5 p.m. So I ended the stream and I left. So whatever that time, I think it was 12:30. I ended the stream, I left. I didn't get home till 5 p.m. My brother came over, we ate dinner, we played sim golf, and I have a golf simulator at my house now. It's not the best one yet. It's a temporary sim setup, but it works. And this eval might pass. This eval might still pass. And then I went to the gym, and I forgot that the gym was closed for renovations, so no workout yesterday. Play games. What games? I don't get to play games anymore. Does my brother trade seeing my success? A little bit. He trades the ORB, but not a lot because he works. He got a payout pretty quickly with the ORB, and then the ORB didn't work for a little bit, so of course. So here's the story. So I've been trading for so long, and he never got interested in it, right? So one time, like, I was like, all right, this trade is not, you know, not that hard. I could probably teach him how to do it. Because we would go to a track, and I'm like, oh, I just paid for the track day for both of us in 20 seconds. He had no idea what that meant, but I was like, you could do this at work. And, you know, I kind of showed it to him. Took him a while to understand the terminology and how the price moves and all that. And I actually got him into trading when Fast Track was out. So I sent him to the dumpster fire first. I was like, oh, this prop firm is like so cheap. Like, you know, just try it. But after the ORB didn't work for a while or was inconsistent, he, of course, which I didn't think he would do, he started doing research about trading, which I didn't want him to do. Like, I was like, he doesn't care about trading. He never asked me about anything. He's not going to get into it. He's just going to tell him what I tell him to do. I mean, he's just going to do what I tell him to do and just do the ORB, nothing else. Of course, now he's watching YouTube videos, you know, MA crossovers and 50-minute reversals. And I'm like, oh my God. What did I get him into? But then obviously there was not much success, so he stopped, and then doing the ORB a little bit now. He's on the actually much better winning streak than I am on the ORB. But he only trades one account at a time. Never trades more, so. But I try not to get anyone involved that I know into trading. My friends, whatnot. I have one friend that is trading a little bit. He's in the chat sometimes. I don't know. He might be watching on this TV right now. He watches on TV, so he doesn't chat a lot because on TV you can't chat. So Matt, if you're watching, say hello. Come on, eval. We could pass this eval. So close. I'll take a little bit more short here so that way. Come on, don't go against me now when I added. Aw, you bastards. If I took bigger size, we would have passed that eval. Unbelievable. $200 moving average is playing a big role. FOMC in just an hour and a half. We got to do a giveaway before that so you could use your newly obtained evaluation for a little bit of a YOLO play. I didn't trade FOMC last time. There we go. Come on. Send it lower. Nice. I can't take it anymore. It's all rigged. I agree. Sometimes I agree. All right. So basically what this means is I covered this short basically at break even. So it's like as if I added here. And we need $2 more thousand to pass. This will be account number 19. I haven't been at 20 Apex accounts in months. Come on. I think that these lows would be passing. All right, we're going to do a giveaway before FOMC. So what we're going to do is we're going to give away 2 Apex evals. Or should we just do one giveaway today? We got to do like an old members, but maybe not today because FOMC. I want to give away like 4 or 5 evals today. I don't know, we should do one giveaway or do multiple. One meaning like we just run it once and whoever enters gets a chance to win. Or we could split it up where we run one now and then one later. Damn, you say giveaway and people just start typing. The giveaway is not live yet. I'm still thinking what to do. Oh man, see what happens. Yeah, you gotta hit the like button first. Everyone's so fast to type in Alpine, but they can't scroll into top of the stream or the bottom of the stream, depending on what you're looking at, and hitting that like button. James, how we doing? Today's a red day, but overall not too bad. It just sucks that I got bottom ticked or top ticked, whatever. But trying to pass this eval here, very close to passing it. We got 5 new members as well, so they're gonna get free entries to the giveaway. Yeah, risk management was decent, but a little too tight. Guys, giveaway is not live yet. I gotta decide what I want to do. Just waiting for this trade to play out, and then we're gonna run the giveaway. I wish my garage wasn't all the way across the house, because what I would do is I would just get like 100-foot USB-C cable. Actually, I'll probably do it with wireless HDMI eventually. Just so I could go into the garage now and hit some golf balls, but still stay on stream. So I would just have a wireless mic and a wireless camera with me and put up the chat on my TV in the garage, and it'll be pretty fun. I'm definitely gonna do some golf streams, but those would be dedicated, right? But like just right now, like I want to take a quick break from trading. But I did hurt my shoulder yesterday, so who did I go through? What do you mean? I have a Garmin launch monitor. Then you could call it a business expense. Already is. The projector, I could use it for DJing because I actually use it for DJing. I have an older one. Need a good accountant. But yeah, the golf sim is not really the actual launch monitor. It wouldn't be, but like the projector and all that. You want 610 break? That would be nice. Right now it's consolidating again. I mean, this daily chart is awful. Who are they gonna screw over? Oh yeah, yeah. No, James, I just put it in my garage. I am waiting for. I have to do a variance in my town with my architect to build a garage dedicated for sim. They didn't allow it, so I have to go and ask for it. Obviously, I'm not gonna tell them it's golf sim. I'm gonna tell them it's a garage for cars and garbage and um, tools and snow blowers, all that stuff. Having an LLC to pay less taxes doesn't work. At least if you're in the U.S. The only way you would pay less taxes is if you have an S corp, which you need an LLC for an S corp, but it's a whole different tier of taxes and it's very complex way of how you save on self-employment taxes. Self-employment taxes are 15%. So you save a chunk of your income is not subject, or is that the right way to say it? It's not subjected to self-employment taxes. I guess we're not gonna pass this eval. Unbelievable. I was $1,000 away. Why? Why we have to do this, market? Why? And she's blown. Fuck you, market. Unfucking believable. I just have bad luck with sizing and everything. Like, what are the odds? I am $1,000 away from passing an eval when if I took a bigger size, I would have passed it, but then I probably would have been stopped out here, and it's just like so annoying. So today is just a day of unfortunate execution, bottom ticking, top ticking, Just everything is just not playing to my plan. Whatever. Once I fail this eval, we're gonna do a giveaway. Actually, I could start running the giveaway now. You must be subscribed to the channel. Imagine this falls apart now. Jesus. I like you, Market. You are the best. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you and cute. Let's do a giveaway. I'm gonna start running it. I don't know what I'm gonna do yet. We'll see. I don't know. I'm gonna give away some evals, but I don't know exactly. I really hope my shoulder's okay. Come on, market, go down. Let us pass this damn eval. This will determine whether we're gonna give away another eval or not. Am I gonna trade take profit trader on FOMC, like FOMC conference? I might. I'm adding because I just wanted to pass now. Oh, we could take it off and try to pass it on another trade. But that's when it's gonna fall apart for sure. Come on. so slow. The market's so slow. Definitely waiting for FOMC. All right, what we're gonna give away today is all right, this giveaway will be for 3 Apex evals. Let's start with that. And then we'll see how we feel later on. The ideal plan is that take profit trader accounts. Unfortunately, I don't have any to give away. If you win and you can't trade with Apex, you could get LUCID account. You're feeling lucky today? Let's go. It's the spirit. Friday, the plan is to do giveaways for like an hour straight. Like we're gonna give away a bunch of Apex, TRADEIFY, Lucid, and hopefully at least a couple take profit trader accounts. But take profit is depending on affiliates, so it's not like I get the accounts. It's basically if people use my code, I could get them. But we're still not close to that. This promo with take profit's not that good. Come on. Can we pass? This action does suck for sure. Just waiting for FOMC at this point. We got an hour to go. We'll fly by. Some giveaways and FOMC will be here before we know it. But then it's like FOMC comes out and then we got to wait half an hour for the actual movement. Yeah, this eval is not going to survive. There's just no way. Too choppy. We're so close, and it just can't get that one extra move down. Like, unbelievable. If I wanted this to go long, it would never do that. Oh, so close yet so far. How frustrating is that? Just summarize this today. $1,000 out of 9,000. That's all I needed. A few more ticks, and of course, the 200 moving average works like a wall. I'm gonna start longing every single touch of 200 moving average from now on to the rest of my trading career. It works. Look, simple. Every time it goes to 200 moving average, it's an easy buy. Just take a look. Oh, I wouldn't mind if I lost on this eval right here. If it just went straight up and I lost, I wouldn't care. But since I was so close to passing it, I hate it. I hate it. Deals on Apex activation. Yeah, it's $65 for activation. So it is $84 all in. So basically, like, used to be $85 activation. Now it's $85 including the eval. Pip drunk. Been there, done that. Like one tick away from passing, and then it goes. Yeah. Yeah, this wasn't that close. But it was close enough. You passed 20, 50Ks. Let's go. That's nice. Only if they had $6 activations. But all right. Giveaway will be at 1 o'clock. So you have 7 minutes to enter. We'll put everyone into the race again. I think, right? What do you guys think? Everyone in the race, or should we pick people? Tilted and lost account. Oh man. Everyone. All right. Well, look at this squeeze. I guess it's a long play today. Yeah, I'm jumping in long. It's squeezing. She's about to squeeze. Come on, market. Give me 10 points. That's all I want is 10 points. Nope. Yeah, the market hates me too. Unbelievable. How can you get everything so wrong? I'm done till FOMC. This is my last trade. I just can't keep wasting my time. Wasting my time. Horrible day. Now it's turning into a terrible, terrible day. How does it go down as soon as I buy? That's what I want to know. Gotta be, you gotta buy dips. It's the reason why this was my best trade of the day. It was a dip. I did not chase. I did not. I don't know. Just such an easy trade. Why don't I just take advantage of one trade that's an easy one? I gotta do that. I gotta get better at that. Take advantage of the one trade that finally sets up. Because right now there's no setup. I'm just randomly taking a breakout trade. And it's not gonna work. It's gonna blow this account. And we have to pass more accounts to recover this account. This is my lowest balance account, so I'm okay with that. That's why I chose it. But I have to be done. I have to be done till FOMC. All right, it's 1 o'clock. Let's do it. I don't want to watch this trade anymore. How can I be so bad at pretending these breakouts, trading these breakouts? I don't understand. Like a clear breakout, like fuck. Cup and handle. I just don't understand. You buy here, you're attempting to buy a breakout without knowing it's gonna break out. As soon as it breaks out, you buy it, reverses. But try shorting this. Try shorting this. It's gonna be up here before you could even blink your eyes. I am so mad. Good thing I don't have my watch on because my blood pressure is definitely up right now. It all started with this morning. It's same exact thing with golf. I hit the ball 4 or 5 times completely wrong and I can't play golf anymore. I have to completely reset. Like if I play a match in sim golf and I miss the ball 3 or 4 times, I am done for that round. I can't recover. There's just no way. Like mentally, I don't know how to hit the golf ball anymore. Reset, hit the ball when it doesn't matter anymore. And right away, boom, 175 yards, clean. It's the same exact thing as trading. If I take a couple losses, I just don't know how to trade afterwards. Oh, frustrated, as you could tell. I get very frustrated when I get bottom ticked out of fucking trades left and right. Like all day today, I get bottom ticked out of trades or top ticked. Yeah, a lot of people struggle with this, but I think I came out the wrong time. No, never the wrong time. Giveaway is still live, and we are going to start the giveaway momentarily. So make sure you guys enter. We have 250 people in the giveaway. Hopefully, let's get to 300 people. I usually do that, Pip Drunk. This is my first loss on the day. No, first loss. First loss after ORB, I should say. This is gonna be my first. When I count loss, it's the blown account. Like this is gonna be my first blown account today. I'm done. I am checked out. I'm not touching the market. You guys could trade for the rest of pre-FOMC. I'll trade after FOMC. But I'm done. I don't care. It's gonna be the most boring stream. So be it. I just can't trade for the life of me today. It's so choppy. It's so inconsistent. It goes down, goes back up. And you would think that it trapped longs, trapped shorts, that it got a nice push up here, consolidates, it does a cup and handle. You would think that it would break out. But no. As soon as I buy, it dumps. Just very frustrated today. But whatever. Let's do this giveaway. Let's forget this trade. All right, we got 264 people in the giveaway. We are going to run the giveaway with everybody again. It's going to be a lot of cars. And we're going to give away 3 Apex evals. I guess we'll do first place, second place, and And I don't know what the last one will be. Bum, bum, bum. Come on, 12 more people. Come on, 12 more people. I want to see this at 300 and we're going to close it. $11 entries left. Uh-oh, 4. I'm closing it when I see 300. You got to enter now. 298. Come on, who else? Who else? Who else? Who else wants a piece of this? There we go. All right, 302 tickets have been given away. Well, 338, but in this case, it doesn't matter. All righty. All of you guys will be in that giveaway. Let me just get ChatGPT to edit the names. All right. All right, something's wrong because it says 279. Yeah, it's 279. What the hell? What the helly? This says 300. And this says 279. I don't get it. Like when I copy them here, it says 279. You guys could still enter because I want to figure this out. Why does it say 279 where it says we had 300 users? What are we gonna do? No, so 4 entries each makes it 344. I mean, everyone should be in. We have a 0.33% chance. Yeah, it's you have 1% chance because it's 3 evals we're giving away. All right. Whatever it is, let's just go with that. It says 311. I don't know. We'll just go with that. Copy. Still a lot of people. What is going on with this stupid thing? Now it says 165. Oh, man. All right, there we go. I got 288. That's enough. 288 people. 3-minute race. First place gets an eval. Second place gets an eval. And since it's my birthday on the 13th, 13th place will get an eval. Let's do it. Good luck, everyone. And if you win in the 911, okay, this car, if you win and you have a 911, you will get an extra eval. So a 4th one will be given away. Good luck.
Alrighty, off to the races we go. Welcome to the stream. Welcome everyone. My name is Golfy. Another giveaway on FOMC day. Hope you guys are having a great day. Alpine isn't, but it's fine. A lot of green cars. A lot more green on this race than on Alpine's P&L today, but yeah. Anyway, we got Marco in the 911. We got someone white in the 911. We have Profits SL in the 911. Bunch of 911s who always get an extra prize. Here we go. 2 minutes on the clock with almost 300 cars in the race. Who is going to take the victory? Tory trades, please stop. Alpine doesn't like that. SJP Trade says, where's my car? I don't know. Why are you asking me? We'll find out. You're probably somewhere in the back. Don't worry. Being in the back is a good thing. Miss K, no dirty jokes. It's a family-friendly show. Anyway, Fast Trader in the Ferrari. Whoa, he just flashed. Oh my goodness, what just happened? Did everyone just hit the boost button so early? Holy smokes. Look at them go. My God, everyone's got a new strategy. They said screw 20 seconds. We're going to go down to 1 minute and hit the boost. We got Eddie Rod in the 911. We got F1 Racing in the Porsche 911. Oh my goodness. F1 Racing. Go, go, go. Green Tablet in the Aston Martin. We got... where's Miss K? I don't see Miss K. She's always in the bottom there, but we shuffled the cars, so I can't see her. Oh, Pip Drunk is in the McLaren. Oh my goodness. So many cars. So many people are pushing to get the lead early on, but remember, you don't want to be in the lead. Oh, wait. There's the extra boost. The extra boost in the Bugatti. Is the Bugatti going to win this time? Or is this 911 going to take the victory? Number 40. He's pushing. He's got the twin turbo. Pushing very fast. And he might take the victory. But no. Motorsports 101 RB. Motorsports 101 Red Bull. In the Acura NSX with the Honda engine. Just like in real life. Takes the victory. So close. So close. Oh, P Jazz over there with the 911. All right, so we got Motorsports 101 with the victory. Let's see. Who got the second place and 13th place? Second place. Wolf Scout. Did I just blow that account? Did Alpine just blow another account? Yep. All right. Wolf Scout. And number 13. Fabio. K30. Congratulations to 3 of you. Wolf, Motorsports, and Fabio. And the last place today. Oh. Sorry. Tory Trade's husband. See? This is what you get for spamming the chat. All right. I might be back after FOMC. I'm going to let Alpine do his thing, and then if you guys hit the like button, I might do another giveaway. All right. Maybe for Lucid Trading next time. All right. I'll be back. If not today, then for sure tomorrow. But we'll see how FOMC is, and if it's slow, we'll do one more giveaway. All righty. See ya.
Oh man, what a freaking buy. I suck today. I am done trading till FOMC for sure. That was so bad. Oh my god. This was Apex evals. I only buy when it's going down. That way I'll never buy the top. It's a good way to do it. I'm a counter trend trader too, and I don't know. I don't know what gets into my head sometimes. Two-legged pullback. Like, give me a two-legged pullback, and I'm gonna trade all my accounts on the two-legged pullback. How about that? Because trading this one account at a time is just very inconvenient for perfect setups. Because perfect setup will come, and I only trade one account, and then what? If you can't trade with Apex, and you have to be honest. Because I want to do a Lucid specific giveaway. Like if you're banned with Apex, I'll give you a Lucid, but guys, no. I didn't do a Lucid giveaway. I want to do a specific Lucid giveaway to thank them for giving me the accounts. And I'll honor if you show me that you are banned with Apex, then of course I want to give you a Lucid account. But here's what I could do. If you don't want the if none of you guys want the Apex account, here's what I could do. I'll run the 3 of you guys in a giveaway. One more race, just the 3 of you, and whoever wins will get a 50K Lucid account. You guys let me know. But all 3 of you have to agree. I think that would be fun. If you guys all want to trade in your Apex account, we'll give one of you guys a chance to win a Lucid account. Well, if you're banned, just send me an email with the thing that you're banned, and I'll give you a Lucid account. That's in that case, that's why I offer it as an option, because I know some people are banned, so I don't want to leave those people out. If that makes sense. Okay, because I want to give like a Lucid only giveaway, and give them a shout out. But yeah, just email me and we'll get you squared away. Where's my stream? Yeah, Fabio, just send me that thing, and I'll send you the. Miss K, check your Discord. Can you trade FOMC on Take Profit Trader evals? Good question. I don't think so, right? Yep. Fabio, no problem. Yeah, Wolf Scout. Thank you for understanding. Don't worry, we'll do a Lucid giveaway soon. Probably tomorrow is gonna be a dedicated Lucid giveaway, or maybe we'll do after FOMC. I could do one Lucid account. What a sell off! Unbelievable. I literally bought the top. Just the timing today is bad. We got 30 minutes. Is there a time limit? No. Well, a couple days, like, you know, because I might give them away. I don't keep track. Like, I just copy the code and I delete the code. So if I see the code in my spreadsheet, then I give it away. And I have a memory that's terrible. So am I doing a giveaway after FOMC? If FOMC is slower, then yes. If it's busy and I'm trading, then probably not gonna have time. But if it's like one of the slower FOMCs, then yes. Oh man. Yeah, this short would have been nice. This short is what I needed to pass that eval. This is the short I needed to pass that eval. I would have passed it so easily. Unbelievable. Oh. Yeah, we're just waiting for 2 p.m. now. 2 p.m. Half an hour. Dun, dun, dun. Your cigarette. Oh, I gotta go pee.
I'll be back in a couple minutes, guys. The FedEx guy is here, and I'm just waiting for him to unload the wall panels. But they're huge. Like he's having a hard time. All right, guys, I am gonna be back. I gotta go. It might rain. It might rain, so I gotta put the All right, guys, I'll see you in a few minutes, okay?
What is the plan for FOMC? ORB strat on FOMC. Yeah, I might. I might. I think we should go to time. Oh, we'll see. Okay, 3 minutes. And for 40 ticks, 10 points. I'm gonna wait for the initial move and then get in. Screw it, I'm gonna try to do 2 evals as well. Okay, I'm gonna try to pass 1 eval. I have it set here for 61 ticks, so I need 4,500 to pass. So I'm just gonna bracket around it, and then I'll focus on this. Damn, you're gonna hold through FOMC on your fundeds? Uno minuto. Last minute remaining. I don't like that this is not a time chart though. The time chart, I could see exactly.
5 seconds. Good luck. Pretty lame so far. Okay, I got that. I passed one eval. Passed one eval here. And I got... Did I copy this or no? I did, okay. Going for one more over RB. All right. No, no, no. Eval was passed already. What am I doing? Oh, no, it wasn't. Never mind. All right, so we got one passed eval. One almost passed. All right, so that was a successful FOMC. Whoa, I made $1,000 in one account. Holy smokes. I guess that account wasn't down in a day. Like, I turned this one green. Okay. Should have just traded all my accounts. Would have been easy. That was pretty smooth. Yeah, I would say that was pretty smooth. Very small move though overall. Jesus Christ, 100 points on FOMC. Who remembers days where FOMC moved like 1,000 points? Maybe not. Right at the... Yeah, not 1,000. 1,000 is at the conference, but like here is like 200 points, 300 points, like just a freaking volatile monster move. But yeah, Dustin, you were short, so definitely not a good... All right, now we wait. Now we wait. Now 2:30 will be the conference, and that's when the volatility will really pick up. So now we just wait. Fabio, what's the last 3 numbers on the email? Just want to make sure that's you. It doesn't match your name at all. Sometimes people try to sneak in, you know. Okay. Got it. I'll send you a lucid. Now we wait. That was a very clean FOMC. That was a very clean ORB trade on the FOMC, huh? Wish I did more accounts. I only did 2 and plus the eval. Wish I did more. Of course I wish I did more because I won. Always like that. I try to recover this one account because this one account needs recovery, or I'd rather replace it with a bigger account. Get some scalps and then we'll send it. Market is looking bullish again. It was bearish this morning. Is it flex? It's pro. All right, let's see if we could pull up. I'm gonna pull up YouTube TV so we could hear this guy speak when he goes on. I don't really care what he says. It's more about when he gets on and starts talking.
They dissented on what they call the dot plots, which I hate that term. It's like the Fed's light bright, where they put in where they expect rates to be. 6 non-moves on that, 3 actual dissents. So 3 people, I'm sorry, I'm going to say this, 3 people chickened out. Well, they wouldn't go on the paper and say, I disagree. Well, exactly. And
Can you guys hear that? Very low in the background.
which actually convinced markets they weren't going to cut today, because some of the, particularly the regional bank presidents, are really hesitant to cut, at least in what they say. But then when it comes to it, they give the
What was even the result? I don't even know. Did they cut rates?
expected, because they got this extra liquidity for the short end. But I do think this is more dovish short term, but still pretty hawkish long term, because if Steve's reading of this is right, they've upped their estimate of GDP growth next year by a lot. We've got all these income tax refunds that are going to kick in the first half of next year. That's going to push growth higher, regardless of what the jobs market is doing right now. And it sounds like there are very few members of the Federal Open Market Committee who want to do more than one.
Crazy how tax refunds boost the economy. It makes zero sense. There's no such thing as tax refunds.
It's going to be interesting here where the Fed.
Well, I guess it is a refund. Yeah, they stole the money from you, so they give it back. Yeah.
Green, the tech ETF, we were talking about this yesterday on a 12-day win streak. Well, it's now in the green after this move up to possibly have a 13-day stretch that would be its longest in about 8 years. So that's meaningful. We also have silver and gold on the positive and on the rise. Jim Karen, I was just going to bring you in on this, because it seems, and I think John Spallanzani's phrase captures this perfectly, that he calls it, says the repo vigilantes won. Because the big headline for a lot of people, even those who are more bearish on bonds, is the Fed's back, they're buying, and they're doing so. Maybe it's just.
But as they keep lowering the interest rates, like keeping money in the money market is gonna become useless. I was making 5% on my money market, and now I'm making like 3% or something, 375.
The Fed has basically raised the bar for the next rate cut, right? So we still think they're going to cut, but it's going to be a higher hurdle for them to do that. However, they did surprise the market on the dovish side by moving that balance sheet management from what many people thought was going to be early next year to actually what's going to happen starting
3.6.
in December. The Fed is basically telling us that they want to have pro-cyclical policy, meaning they want to support the growth cycle. They're going to stand at the ready to cut interest rates if the labor market deteriorates further. And at the same time, they're worried about liquidity. They want to add liquidity back to markets. Call that reserves, call it what you will. The point, though, is that we need to get over the year-end turn, right? So liquidity constraints might come in at the end of the year. And the Fed wants to avoid that type of a stress in the marketplace. So net, the fact that they're willing to start to inject this liquidity, worry about reserves, and that's a lot of what's going to maintain, I think, some of the bullish sentiment in the markets, which is what we're seeing reflected, is actually the net dovish component, even though they
Yeah. 150K accounts are 125 activation, but you could do $85 monthly. I recommend the 100K accounts right now for this promo specifically.
NASDAQ ticked up. The XLK on pace for its 13th straight day of gains. That would, I think, tie for an all-time record, or at least going back the 8 years. Why did stocks move up if prospects for more rate cuts went down?
Yeah. So effectively, one of the big concerns that was in the marketplace was that the Fed would have very inflationary policy, that they would be dovish and that they would push these long end rates higher because whoever the next Fed chair is could potentially cut rates a lot. What the Fed is telling us right now is that they're not willing to do that. So what that's doing is it's stabilizing the back end of the yield curve. It's allowing
Free money and saving account is nice. And it's like not as risky as investing, even though I made way more money in my Robinhood account buying stocks, but like the money in my savings, it's my money. I could take it out, I could spend it, I could use it, like in stocks, you got to sell the stock, then you got to pay taxes on that. And it's just like,
I wanted to back up what Jim was saying about
I don't know.
the of the balance sheet decision. We asked in our Fed survey, which we released yesterday, about the balance sheet expectations, and it was for purchases to begin again in April. So this is quite a bit earlier, and for purchases to average just about 28 or 30 billion. So this is more than that. So on that front, for sure, I would also point out that when I'm looking at the immediate reaction of the market, it's a little bit more dovish in terms of that next rate cut. We had it more fully priced in for June before the statement came out, and now it's about a 57, 58% probability for April. That's going to bounce around. And all of that said, this entire discussion, I would point out, may go out the window next week when we get October and November employment numbers, as well as some inflation numbers, and we'll figure out if the Fed made the right call here and whether or not the forecast is worth either the paper that was used to print it or the digital space it's taking up on the web.
That's an excellent point. As always, Steve Leisman. Francis, the Fed has two mandates. I mean, people forget about that. We always talk about inflation because of what happened during COVID and prices spiked and inflation was 9%, blah, blah, blah. But they also have the jobs mandate, maximize employment. How do we read the jobs part of the picture vis-a-vis what the Fed may or may not do?
I've been thinking a lot about this because I keep wondering to myself, how can you be cutting interest rates when inflation is this high and per our forecast going to be heading higher? In fact, it's really hard to see when that next cut is going to come through. I have to agree with David here. When is the window to do that? Because by February, we see that inflation side moving higher. And yet, Brian, this is not interest rate driven inflation. This is tariff level inflation. This is inflation that is coming from a labor market that is shrinking, immigration, retirements that are coming through. And part of me wonders if this Federal Reserve is saying our interest rate policy is far less relevant to the inflation side of the picture than it is to the job side.
Okay, let me follow up with that. Do we ignore, I hate to say this, do we ignore inflation? If exogenous factors, tariffs, whatever, are contributing, labor costs during COVID, whatever, if they're contributing to inflation and there's nothing the Fed can realistically do about it, should they cut rates anymore at all?
Well,
why not raise rates?
Here's the rub here. The problem is if they don't actually contain inflation, it can spiral out of control. So you start with tariff level inflation, you start with some wage pressures that sort of create a floor underneath. If you don't respond to it properly, if you're too easy, then that can start to spiral. But there's another elephant in the room here, which is that we have phenomenal amounts of fiscal spending. And how funny it is to me that we spend so much time attributing monetary policy to inflation, and we forget that expansionary fiscal policy is also very inflationary. So the forces on inflation are wide-ranging and shouldn't just go to the Federal Reserve policy. So it's not a surprise to me that their bias is towards the labor side of the mandate.
Well, I think the other part that we're not talking about is just how high.
Still going higher.
This is the end of 3 booming years.
But is Powell speaking still?
Ought to be cutting aggressively or at all right now, but because of what they're going to do to inflation.
So you would have dissented. You would have you would not have cut rates.
I would have dissented, and I would have voted the way I did with what I said, because the problem is that
He's speaking at, yeah, okay. Because isn't he like fired or something?
level, and I think
Or good lot.
they're just going to cause
We're getting replaced.
bubbles burst. They cause tremendous damage. So there's nothing wrong with a federal funds rate at 3.75% to 4%. I think that's okay. The economy should be able to do.
The president would
okay in that.
disagree because people want mortgage rates to go down to 5%.
Well, the mortgage rates, long-term mortgage rates are determined by the 10-year, not short-term rates. And if you scare people about inflation, or indeed if you cause a booming stock market, that actually will probably help keep those long rates higher. So I don't think. Anyway, why do we have a housing problem? It's not because mortgage rates are too high now. It's because the mortgage rates were way too low for a decade, and that caused prices to spiral out of to a level that people can't afford.
Good point. This guy just said
There you go.
the reason why there's a housing crisis is because the mortgage rates were just too low. It's almost like when prop firms have too low of sales, like too good of a sale, now the normal sale is no longer good.
David Kelly, Francis Donald, Jim Karen, Steve Leisman, thank you all very much. All right, let's get another check of the bond market because, Rick, as David just adroitly pointed out, the bond market is going to determine rates, not the Fed.
Well, quantitative easing would argue with you. The market can only do so much. If the Fed starts pulling out securities from the marketplace, affecting supply and demand, it does make a difference. Now, to that end, the yield curve is steepened a couple of basis points. Now,
Yep, Powell in 12 minutes. Waiting for that. That's where the FOMC really starts to. I'm going to try to recover some losses. I'm going to try to trade my Take Profit Trader account if there is a good setup. I would love to get a payout today from Take Profit. My payouts did clear from yesterday, so I could just trade those accounts. I don't really have to make a loss back on this account. I could just trade one of these accounts and whatever money I make. Like here, I got to make $500 first. So I don't know how to look at it. We'll figure it out. Why do I recommend 100K over 50K? Not that I recommend. It's just the more drawdown you have, the better because of Apex's drawdown rules. Now, the 100K doesn't have that much more drawdown, so it's really not that big of a deal, but it does help a little bit. You get a little bit bigger payout. I don't know. On the face, you know, making 3,000 versus 6,000 is a lot easier. So maybe the 50K is still better. 50K overall is the best account, I think. It's just the Apex's drawdown is kind of making it difficult. Are we allowed to trade TPT evaluation accounts now? Yes. 1 minute after FOMC, you can trade.
That 40 billion they're going to start purchasing in just a couple days. That's annualized $500 billion of new QE. So with a $6.5 trillion balance sheet, I think a lot of folks were surprised. That was the initial
But
equities, but you're seeing a little bit of a shift here, and we're waiting for the presser.
the FOMC statement will follow at 2 p.m. We kindly remind you that it's prohibited to hold any open positions during these news events. We ask that all Pro and Pro Plus accounts be closed. It does not mention evals. So I'm assuming evals are fine. Damn it. Should have read this before. Could have taken the eval for a ride.
That's why stocks are moving. It's not the interest rate. No offense to any of our headlines or whatever. It's this right, diet QE with T-bills.
The sense of urgency. December 12th, they're starting to buy these bills. And that really kind of brings up a question.
I thought the economy was booming. Everything was great. Kelly's got a solid gold yacht. Everything's fine.
Yes, but they are clearly seeing something now. Historically speaking, the Fed doesn't have the best track record. They talked about inflation being transitory, but nonetheless, they are seeing something. And this $500 billion annualized, it's $40 billion a month, folks. But this $40 billion a month that's starting in a couple of days, that is really surprising. I think that's going to move equities a lot higher because this is, I know we had one dissenter wanted 50 basis points. This is like a 30, 35 basis point cut because it's another tool in their toolbox that is getting the same outcome. And it's going to increase the balance sheet, which is crazy that they just slowed the balance sheet down from draining, and now they're kicking it off.
There's a lot to ponder, and I'm totally sympathetic to that. I think you're right about the market taking it that way, no question. But, you know, they'll argue that this is, it's wonky.
Yeah, I don't think they are. I wasn't sure, Firebrands. I didn't want to tell people the wrong information. I wasn't sure. All right, Powell, get on the podium. Let's go. Send this market up or down or both. I want to see this ATR at 20 plus.
The real question is whether they intend to do anything beyond kind of keeping up with the level of GDP that they're kind of doing now with the balance sheet, doing something more meaningful, more expansionary, you know? And I think there's going to be a lot more questions about that. What is their intent now with the temporary
30-second candle shows the bottom wick 25,602.
We haven't seen the wound yet, so maybe this job situation is going to decrease.
Let me see.
Right now, the economy is strong. We're seeing profits. You know, we just saw Q3 profits, Kelly. It doubled expectations. And I know there's been an old saying, profits are the mother milk of the stock market and the economy. Maybe we update that and say, you know, profits are the creatine of the stock market and economy. But
59.
This is very surprising.
Can I say something that's probably a little bit...
Mine's 602.
Okay, which is, you mentioned Jerome.
Yeah, mine's 602.
Okay, his term is up in May. No matter, I would think, and I don't know Jerome Powell.
79. 79 is all the way down here.
But I know he's got to go to the lockup. Jerome Powell's a human being. He wants to go out.
Something, yeah, something was misprinted on yours, Clyde.
The stock market go down or wobbles or whatever it might be. I think
Your son's was accurate.
by the president every week.
I could check the live account for you.
On top, and I don't think
The live account had the low
human beings whose heart pump blood, I think
at 602. This is live data, so this is not sim trading.
not a villain. Yes or no?
Not necessarily. Fed Chairman Powell, he's done a great job of deflecting all that. He's a strong human. He's always been fiduciary. He's doing what he thinks is right. So I don't think he's going to bend one way or the other to make his, you know, riding off into the sunset look better. But he's doing this for a reason. And that's where I really want to unpack and get a better understanding. Why did they do more than the 25 basis point expectation? Because in essence, they did.
All right.
Maybe they did. Maybe it's just a tool for, you know, the banks have been having a hard time, Jeff. I don't know if you saw all-time highs, you know, for
Right,
the
but-
bank stocks.
I note sarcasm.
But Kelly, think about it. Every time they've cut rates with the S&P near a 2% or less high, when we're this close to an all-time high, the times they've cut it, it's been 20 times. Guess how many times a year later the market's been higher? 20 times, 100%.
And that's why we talked to Tom Lee, you know, or a little bit earlier on, who said he said even if it's a hawkish cut, he would view that as kind of a bullish outcome or a bullish signal. So you have to imagine that this leaning more in the direction towards accommodation
Seems dovish.
even more so. Yeah. Do you do
Oh
anything?
yeah, MNQ. Did you?
Your thoughts prior coming into this meeting?
Hi, did you? That's a good point.
Really focus on this.
You're not on MNQ, are you?
Yeah.
We're going to take a short, speaking of, let's take a very short break, folks. One small commercial break, come back, it's the final comments. Then that, all these questions we've just asked, maybe they get answered by those three flags. We're back right after this.
There we go. I didn't think of that. That was a good point.
A nation isn't just built.
It's power.
No, I didn't think of that, and I'm ready. Well, I've been drinking this for 3 hours now, so the caffeine doesn't do anything.
$1 billion with local suppliers, supporting good jobs across all 50 states. But we're not done yet. Now we're investing $9 billion in American energy projects to help build the future right here at home.
We put in the work.
Because America.
Yeah, I want to try the TRADEIFY daily payouts too. That'll be so nice.
Use code TV20 to save 20% right now.
All right, welcome back to Power Lunch. Again, minutes away. You referenced, Kelly, the XLK Tech ETF. Why?
There's a couple of reasons. I mean, we also need to look at tick by tick what's been happening since the decision at 2, which was initially we saw this big positive reaction. As Brian mentioned, it pushes the tech ETF, the XLK, now to possibly a 13 consecutive day of gains and a winning streak. However, look at what's happening on the screen now. We're already seeing this pre-Powell positioning where those gains that we had are coming out of the market. So XLK is down about 0.25%. The small caps we'll have to check on as well. Those surged to an all-time high. Silver was part of that trade. The Dow is up as much as a little more than 300 points. A few moments ago, Kilburg gets up 206. So you see the potential for this market to take this and run with it in a dovish direction, but it's going to be really important how Powell emphasizes whether the QE that they're doing is simply bill purchases to help maintain the plumbing of the system or something more meaningful, along with everything else he's about to comment on.
I don't think he's going to give us a look underneath the hood to that extent, but you're absolutely right. That's what the market's going to decipher by the end of the week, and that's why I think the longer bigger picture here is that Treasury yields, we got more than we actually bargained for today with that 25 base rate cut.
So to your point about 20 times out of 20 times, by my math, and I went to an engineering college,
It's pretty good.
that's 100%.
Clyde.
Stocks are going higher over
What made you be on micros?
It's not going to be a straight line, so it never is. But when you see the VIX in conjunction with that stat, when you see the VIX, the decay in the VIX, just remember 2 weeks ago when we were a little bit squishy about the actual Fed interest rate cut happening.
Yeah, you should be getting on soon.
Went back down to 15. When you see that vol get crushed like that, that's when you see people really feel good about equities on a 30-day lookout. And then, yes.
Yes, you could trade the press conference. That's not really news. That's
Listening for us, he kicks this off, Kilber. What kind of feeds to you the bullish narrative versus bringing some doubt into what they've just done?
I think I want him to really kind of give us understanding, will he be sitting on his hands in the next quarter? Because a lot of folks are thinking that we are going to see a rate cut, if not 2. Goldman's in the camp that we could potentially get 2 rate cuts in Q1 of 2026. So I want to hear something as he kind of positions the ability to kind of hedge, which he always does a great job of, but that's what I'm really looking forward to get a better understanding. I don't care about the
And
dot plots.
there is Jerome Powell. Let's listen into the Fed chair.
Good afternoon.
good afternoon, sir.
My colleagues and I remain squarely focused on achieving our dual mandate goals of maximum employment and stable prices for the benefit of the American people. Although important federal government data for the past couple of months have yet to be released, available public and private sector data suggests that the outlook for employment and inflation has not changed as much since our meeting in October. Conditions in the labor market appear to be gradually cooling, and inflation remains somewhat elevated. In support of our goals, in light of the balance of risks to employment and inflation, today the Federal Open Market Committee decided to lower our policy interest rate by a 1/4 percentage point. As a separate matter, we also decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities solely for the purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time, thus supporting effective control of our policy rate.
All sounds good.
I will have more to say about monetary policy and its implementation after briefly reviewing economic developments. Although some key government data have yet to be released, available indicators suggest that economic activity has been expanding at a moderate pace. Consumer spending appears to have remained solid, and
Come on.
fixed investment has continued to expand. In contrast, activity in the housing sector remains weak. The temporary shutdown of the federal government has likely weighed on economic activity in the current quarter, but these effects should be mostly offset by higher growth next quarter, reflecting the reopening. In our summary of economic projections, the median participant projects that real GDP will rise 1.7% this year and 2.3% next year, somewhat stronger than projected in September. In the labor market, although official employment data for October and November are delayed, available evidence suggests that both layoffs and hiring remain low, and that both households' perceptions of job availability and firms' perceptions of hiring difficulty continue to decline. The official report on the labor market for September, the most recent release, showed that the unemployment rate continued to edge up, reaching 4.4%, and that job gains had slowed significantly since earlier in the year.
Squeezy, squeezy, squeeze.
It reflects a decline in the growth of the labor force due to lower immigration and labor force participation, though labor demand has clearly softened as well. In this less dynamic and somewhat softer labor market, the downside risks to employment appear to have risen in recent months. In our SEP, the median projection of the unemployment rate is 4.5% at the end of this year and edges down thereafter. Inflation has eased significantly from its highs in mid-2022, but remains somewhat elevated relative to our 2% longer-run goal. Very little data on inflation have been released since our meeting.
Unbelievable.
Total PCE prices rose 2.8% over the 12 months ending in September. And
Let's join the party.
core PCE prices also rose 2.8%. These readings are higher than earlier in the year as inflation for goods has picked up, reflecting the effects of tariffs. In contrast, disinflation appears to be continuing for services. Near-term measures of inflation expectations have declined from their peaks earlier in the year, as reflected in both market and survey-based measures. Most measures of longer-term expectations remain consistent with our 2% inflation goal. The median projection in the SEP for total PCE inflation is 2.9% this year and 2.4% next year, a bit lower than the median projection in September. Thereafter, the median falls to 2%. Our monetary policy actions are guided by our dual mandate to promote maximum employment and stable prices for the American people. At today's meeting, the committee decided to lower the target range for the federal funds rate by a 0.25 percentage point.
I always chase. I always damn chase this stupid market. The Powell.
Risks to inflation are tilted to
There we go. That's what I wanted to see.
employment to the downside, a challenging situation. There is no risk-free path for policy as we navigate this tension between our employment and inflation goals. A reasonable base case is that the effects of tariffs on inflation will be relatively short-lived, effectively a one-time shift in the price level. Our obligation is to make sure that a one-time increase in the price level does not become an ongoing inflation problem. But with downside risks to employment having risen in recent months, the balance of risks has shifted.
Come on. Literally.
For us to take a balanced approach
Oh my God.
to both sides of our dual mandate. Accordingly, we judged it appropriate at this
He hasn't changed anything. He's saying the same shit. What caused this?
today's decision, we have lowered our policy rate 0.75 percentage point over our last 3 meetings. This further normalization of our policy stance should help stabilize the labor market while allowing inflation to resume its downward trend toward 2% once the effects of tariffs have passed through. The adjustments to our
Damn
policy
it.
stance since September bring it
So close.
plausible estimates of neutral and leave us well positioned to determine the extent and timing of additional adjustments to our policy rate based on the incoming data, the evolving outlook, and the balance of risks. In our summary of economic projections, FOMC participants wrote
I didn't have a chance to react.
the appropriate path of the federal funds rate under what each participant judges to be the most likely scenario for the economy. The median participant projects that the appropriate level of the federal funds rate will be 3.4% at the end of 2026 and 3.1% at the end of 2027, unchanged from September. As is always the case, these individual forecasts are subject to uncertainty and they're not a committee plan or decision. Monetary policy is not on a preset course, and we will make our decisions on a meeting-by-meeting basis. Let me turn now to issues related to the implementation of monetary policy, with the reminder that these issues are separate from and have no implications for the stance of monetary
Damn, I thought I got away with chasing there, but I guess not. Too big of a target.
interest rates relative to our administered rates and other indicators of reserve market conditions. The committee judged that reserve balances have declined to ample levels. Accordingly, at today's meeting, the committee decided to initiate purchases of shorter-term Treasury securities, mainly
Also trading some evals.
for the sole purpose of maintaining an ample supply of reserves over time. Such increases in our securities holdings ensure that the federal funds rate
I was green on this account. Oh, man.
because the growth of the economy leads to rising demand over time for our liabilities, including currency and reserves. As detailed in a statement released today,
Damn, you guys are
Bank of New York,
being DJs with me. I like it.
purchases will amount to $40 billion in the first month and may remain elevated for a few months to alleviate expected near-term pressures in money markets. Thereafter, we expect the size of reserve management purchases to decline, though the actual pace will depend on market conditions. In our implementation framework, an ample supply of reserves
I was green. I did not realize.
short-term interest rates are primarily controlled by the setting of our administered rates, rather than day-to-day discretionary interventions in money markets. In this regime, standing repurchase agreement, or repo operations, are a critical tool to ensure that the federal funds rate remains within its target range, even on days of elevated pressures in money markets. Consistent with this view, the committee eliminated the aggregate limit on standing repo operations. These operations are intended to support monetary policy implementation and smooth market functioning and should be used when economically sensible. To conclude, the Fed has been assigned 2 goals for monetary policy,
Pop it.
maximum employment, and stable
Pop it.
prices. We remain committed to supporting maximum
There we go.
inflation sustainably down to our 2%.
All right, recover that account.
Inflation expectations well anchored. Our success in delivering on these goals matters to all Americans. We understand that our actions affect communities, families, and businesses across the country. Everything we do is in service to our public mission. At the Fed, we will do everything we can to achieve our maximum
Ooh,
price
that was an
stability.
eval.
Thank you, and I look forward to your questions.
Thank you. Howard Schneider with Reuters. Just first turning to the statement, just to be clear, we're on the same page here. The insertion of the phrase, considering the extent and timing of additional adjustments, does that indicate that the Fed is now on hold until there's some clearer signal from inflation or jobs or the evolution of the economy along the baseline outlook?
So, yes, the adjustments since September bring our policy within a broad range of estimates of neutral. And as we noted in our statement today, we are well positioned to determine the extent and timing.
Yes, sell it off. Sell that off. If we sell it off, it's going to be so easy to buy a bounce.
That new language points out that we'll carefully evaluate that incoming data.
Go, go, go.
So I would note that having reduced our policy rate by 75 basis points since September and 175 basis points since last September, the Fed funds rate is now within a broad range of estimates of its neutral value, and we are well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves.
And if I could follow up on the outlook there, it seems like with the additional GDP growth coupled with easing inflation and a fairly steady unemployment rate, this seems like a pretty optimistic outlook for next year. What's given rise to that? Is this an early bet on AI? Is there some sense of improving productivity out there? What's driving that?
So a number of things are driving what's happening in the forecast. And I would say if you look broadly at outside forecasts, you do see a pickup in growth in many of those now too. So it is it's partly that consumer spending has held up. It's been resilient, and it to another degree it is that AI spending on data centers and related to AI has been holding up business investment. So overall, the baseline expectation for next year is, at least at the Fed, and I think with outside forecasters too, is a pickup in growth from today's relatively low level of 1.7%. I mentioned that the SEP median is 1.7 for this year growth and 2.3 for next year. You actually, some of that is due to the shutdown. So you can take 0.2 out of 2026 and put it in 2025. So it would really be 1.9 and 2.1. But overall, yes, for a few reasons.
I'll go long on an eval here. Try to pass.
And as I mentioned,
Oh my God, I'm
the consumer continues to spend. So
$80 away from passing.
baseline would be solid growth next year.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, for taking our questions here. You had previously described rate cuts in terms of a risk management framework, and kind of following up on what Howard was asking, is the risk management phase of rate cuts over here, and have you taken out sufficient insurance, I guess, against potential weakness in terms of the data we might get next week when it comes to employment?
So we're going to get a great deal of data between now and the January meeting, and I'm sure we'll talk more about that. And the data that we get are going to factor into our thinking. But yes, we have, if you go back, we held our policy rate at 5.4% for more than a year because inflation was high, very high, and unemployment and the labor market was really solid at that point. So what happened is
Wow.
Summer of
Wow.
24,
I'm going to blow that eval.
came down.
I was $80 away from passing because I miscalculated. I'm going to fucking blow it.
Tells us to do that when the risks to the two goals become more equal.
No, come on. Could do it. Pop it. Pop it.
One of them, in that case, inflation, to a more balanced, more neutral setting. And so we did that. We did some cutting, and then we paused for a while to work our way through what was happening in the middle of the year. And then we resumed cuts in September. We've cut now 3. We've now cut a total of 175 basis points. And as I mentioned, you know, we feel like where we're positioned now we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy evolves from here.
If I could just follow up on the SEP, you have a whole lot of a big increase in the growth numbers, but not a big decline in the unemployment numbers. And is that an AI factor in there? What is going on in terms of the dynamic of you get more growth, but you don't get a whole lot of decline on
Dude, this gotta be the.
So it is. The implications are.
This is definitely the guy that was on.
And some of that may be AI. It just also.
By the way, I still didn't pass. I'm still $80 away. Unbelievable.
Start thinking of it as 2% per year. You can sustain higher growth without more job creation. Of course, higher productivity is also what enables incomes to rise over long periods of time.
All right, passed it. Thank God. Yeah, that guy is the Robert. No, not Robert. He was on. He's on My Funded Futures TV, and then he's also on. He was with Patrick one. Like he's got like people work for him.
To official dissents against the cut, but there were also soft dissents from 4 others. And I'm just wondering if this reluctance from several people.
What's that guy's name?
Reductions suggests that there is a much higher bar.
No, I passed it. I passed it.
Term. And what exactly does the committee need to see?
I bought it up here. I added. I sold. It was like break even trade, and then I did 12 ticks here. Passed it. 6,000. So I have 3 evals, so I should be close to 20 accounts. But I blew one today, so.
Interestingly, everyone around the table at the FOMC agrees that inflation is too high and that we want it to come down, and agrees that the labor market has softened and that there's further risk. Everyone agrees on that.
If I could just pass. I just got to pass this one.
And what does your forecast look like? And
This one I need to get to 9,000, so I need 2,200.
And you know, it's very unusual to have persistent tension between the two parts of the mandate. And when you do, this is what you see. And I think it's actually what you would expect to see, and we do see it. Meanwhile, the discussions we have are as good as any we've had in my 14 years at the Fed. They're very thoughtful, respectful, and you just have people who have strong views. And you know, we come together and we reach you know, a place where we can make a decision. We made a decision today. We had 9 out of 12 supported it, so fairly broad support. But it's not like the normal situation where everyone agrees on the direction and what to do. It's more spread out, and I think that's only inherent.
This FOMC is not that exciting, to be honest. Still chop, just like we had before.
I think ultimately, having cut.
Thank you, Sean. Appreciate that.
The effects of the 75 basis points will only begin to be coming in. As I've said before a couple times, we're well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. We'll just have to see. And we will get, as you know, quite a bit of data. I should mention on the data, as long as I'm talking about it, that we're going to need to be careful in assessing, particularly the household survey data. There are very technical reasons about the way data are collected in some of these measures, both in inflation and in labor, in the labor market, so that the data may be distorted and not just sort of more volatile, but distorted, and that's really because data was not collected in October and November. So we're going to get data, but we're going to have to look at it carefully and with a somewhat skeptical eye by the time the January.
I just won like 3 times, 2 times on the eval, so I thought I could win again on the funded. And of course, on the funded, I chase it. Instead of buying the dip, I chase. Like on an eval. On an eval, I buy, it works instantly, and I buy on funded, and it doesn't work. Tough time today.
One more question on dissents. I mean, you talk about in a very positive way, just given the complicated nature of the situation we're in economically. But is there any point in which those dissents become counterproductive, either to the Fed's communication and the messaging around the policy path forward?
I don't feel that we're at that point at all. I don't. I would say, again, these are good.
Come on. Only 21 ticks.
You hear people.
Trying to minimize like the losses today.
For either side.
Scalping. I wish market was like this all the time. So much easier.
And we always hope that the data will give us a clear read. But in this situation, you have competing. If you looked at
TikTok, I don't know.
a very large number of participants.
There was no positive news from TikTok in a while, so I just stay away.
Inflation. So what do? You've got one tool. You can't do two things at once. So at what pace do you move? What size moves do you make, and that kind of thing? And what's the timing of them? It's a very challenging situation. I think we're in a good place to, as I mentioned, to wait and see how the economy evolves.
Nick Timmeros of the Wall Street Journal. Chair Powell, there's been some discussion recently of the 1990s. In the 1990s, the committee did two discrete sequences of 3 quarter-point cuts, one in 1995-96 and one in 1998. And after both of those, the next move in rates was up, not down. With policy now closer to neutral, is it a foregone conclusion that the next move in rates is down?
I don't know. The movement's kind of. We have 20 ATR. That's what I wanted, but like.
So I don't think that
Not a clean move. Still chop. Still haven't gone out of the daily range.
And I'm not hearing that. What you see is
Kind of just. Nothing changed. Just a little bit more volatility. That's about it.
just wait. Some people feel like we should cut once or more this year and next year. But when people are writing down their estimates of policy of where it should go, it is either holding here or cutting a little or cutting more than a little. So I don't see the base case as involving that. So of course, a data set of 2, now 3, is not a big data set. But you are right about those 2 3-cut times in the 90s.
If I could follow up, the unemployment rate has been rising very gradually for the better part of 2 years, and indeed the statement today no longer describes the unemployment rate as remaining low. What gives you confidence it won't continue rising in 2026, especially when housing and other rate-sensitive sectors still appear to be feeling restrictive policy from the, notwithstanding the 150 basis points in cuts prior to today?
So I think the idea is that with now having cut 75 basis points more now and having policy, I'd call it in a broad range.
Okay, 225. I think I'm happy with that. Down 225.
Enable the labor market to stabilize or to only tick up 1 or 2 more tenths, but we won't see, any kind of a sharper downturn, which we haven't seen any evidence of at all. At the same time,
Let me trade my Phidias account now.
in a place where it's not accommodative, and we feel like we have made progress this year in non-tariff related inflation, and
Or maybe my take profit. Totally forgot about that.
But as I said, we're well placed to wait and see how that turns out. That is our expectation, but we're going to start to see the data, and it'll tell us whether we were right or not.
Claire Jones, Financial Times. A lot of people interpreted your comments at the October meeting that when there's a foggy situation, we slow down, to mean that there wouldn't be a cut now, there'd be a cut in January instead. So it'd be good to get a sense of why did the committee decide to move today rather than to move in January instead? Thank you.
Right. So in October, I said that there was no certainty of moving, and that was indeed correct. I said it's possible you could think about it that way, but I was careful to say other people could look at it differently.
Oh, going up, right back to the highs. Can't long up here though. As tempted as it is, or tempting as it is, I can't do it.
From June through September, payroll jobs averaging 40,000 per month since April. We think there's an overstatement in these numbers by about 60,000, so that would be negative 20,000.
We're getting a breakout on the daily chart.
And also, just to point out one other thing, surveys of households and businesses both show declining supply and demand for workers. So I think you can say that.
See, now it breaks out. The one time I don't take it, it actually does it. This is just the type of day I'm having. I bought breakouts today so many times and just failed. So I kind of hesitated here, but.
And I think the evidence is is kind of growing.
Big pullback, please.
Here is services inflation coming down, and that's offset by increases in goods, and that goods inflation is entirely
The Phidias funded.
That does build on the story, and so far it's only a story, that this is that the goods inflation, which is really the source of the excess at this point, almost more than half the source of the excess inflation is goods, is tariffs. And you've got to say then, so what do we expect from tariffs? And I would say that is to some extent down to looking for broader economic, heat. Do we see a hot economy? Do we see constraints? Do we see what's going on with wages? You saw the ECI report today. It doesn't feel like a hot economy that wants to generate, Phillips curve kind of inflation. So we look at all those things, and we say that this was a decision to make. It obviously wasn't unanimous, but overall that was the judgment that we made, and that's the action we took.
Just on the ample reserves point, how concerned were people around the table about some of the tensions we've seen in money markets?
I wouldn't say concerned. So what really happened is this. Balance sheet shrinkage, sometimes called QT, went on. We had a framework in place for monitoring it, and nothing happened. The overnight reverse repo facility went down pretty much close to zero. And then beginning in September, the
Struggling.
started to tick up within the range, right? And it ticked up almost all the way to interest-on reserve balances. There's nothing wrong with that. What that's telling you is that we're actually in an ample reserves regime. So, we knew this was going to come. When it finally did come, it came a little quicker than expected, but we were absolutely there to take the actions that we said we would take. So, and those actions are today. So, we announced that we're resuming reserve management purchases.
Wow, what a fill.
Completely separate from monetary policy. We can keep an ample supply of reserves out there. Why so big? The answer to that is, if you look ahead, you'll see that April 15th is coming up, and our framework is such that we want to have ample reserves even at times when reserves are at a low level temporarily. So that's what happens on tax day. People pay a lot of money to the government, reserves drop sharply and temporarily. So this seasonal buildup that we'll see in the next few months was going to happen anyway. It was going to happen because April 15th is April 15th. There's also a secular ongoing growth of the balance sheet. We have to keep reserves, call it constant, as it relates to the banking system or to the
Should have just sold. Why did I add?
Calls for us to
Being greedy.
$25 billion per month. So that's a small part. That's going on. It's also happening in the context of a temporary few month front loading to get reserves high enough to get through the tax period in mid-April. So that's what's happening there.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. This is the last post-FOMC press conference before an important Supreme Court.
All right, 681 on that. We'll take it. Moving on. Just rotating accounts as we go.
Something I want to address here, Andrew.
LUCID doesn't really allow scalping, but we'll see if we could hold the trade a little longer.
Before the courts, and we think we
Definitely a squeeze incoming.
by trying to engage as a
Daily breakout, slowly playing out.
I don't know if that means I get three questions, but
just one more.
I guess I wanted to come back to the 1990s question, and like, do you see that as a useful model for thinking about what is happening in the economy right now?
I don't think it rises to that level. So I did think that in 2000 and was it 19 where we cut 3 times, but this is such a unique situation. It's not the 1970s, let's put it that way, but we do have tension between our two goals. And so that's just unique in my time at the Fed, and I think going back a long ways, we haven't had that. In our framework, as you know,
I'm just
when that's the case,
quite busy here trading as much as I could.
to the two things, and we look at how far they are.
Haven't traded my take profit yet. I'm thinking about it.
Goal. That's a very subjective analysis. analysis really, but it just tells you you've got to, and I think ultimately what it says is when they're broadly equally threatened or equally at risk, you should be kind of neutral. Because if you're either accommodative or tight, you're favoring one or the other goal. And so we've been sort of moving in the direction of neutral. Now we're in the range of neutral. We're in the high end of the range of neutral. I would
Wow.
say. And that's what we're doing now. It so happened that we've cut 3 times. That we haven't made any decision about January, but as I've said, we think we're well positioned to wait and see how the economy performs.
Come on, give us nice little dip.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Edward Lawrence with Fox Business. I wanted to ask you, the inflation expectations has come down in your SEP report.
Still need
price increases as passing through in the next 3 months. Is it a
$1,600 on this eval.
Because of that, is jobs the threat to the economy?
So with tariff inflation, there's the announcement of a tariff, and then they start to take effect, and then it takes some months. Goods may have to be shipped from other parts of it may take quite a while for an individual tariff to take its full effect. But once it's had that effect, then the question is, isn't that just a one-time price increase? So we actually look at it, all of the announcements and what you get from all that. You see sort of for each one of them, there's a time period, and then it's fully in. So if there are no new tariff announcements, and we don't know that, but let's assume there are no major new tariff announcements, inflation from goods should peak in the first quarter or so, right, or roughly. We haven't been able to predict this with any precision. No one is. But call it the first quarter or so of next year should be the peak. And from here, it shouldn't be big. It should be a couple tenths or even less than that. We don't really have precision on this. And after that, again, if there are no new tariffs that are being announced that will take 9 months to get fully in.
I see this previous low hold.
Then you should start to see that coming down in the back half of next year.
And I want to see if I could address sort of the elephant in the room. The president's been talking openly about a new Fed chairman. Does that hinder your current job right now or change your thinking at all?
No.
No mulligans for it. Michael McKee from Bloomberg Radio and Television.
No, it's not holding. I need a bigger dip here. Oh, never mind. Just a bad stop again. Oh, with my stop losses today. I guess this was the low, not this one.
Is going to bring down the yield on the thing that will move.
Got no words for that. Got no words for these trades.
Focusing on that, and you've got when the long bonds move around, you've got to look at why they're moving around. If you look at inflation compensation, that's one part of it is inflation compensation break-evens, and they're at very comfortable levels. They're at levels consistent once you get out past the very short term now. Break-evens are at at quite levels that are quite consistent with 2% inflation over time. So there's nothing happening with rates going up out there that suggests concern about inflation in the long run.
So on a high day.
I look at these things pretty regularly. Same thing with surveys. Surveys are all saying that the public understands our commitment to 2% and expects us to get back there. So why are rates going up? It has to be something else. It must be an expectation of higher growth or something like that. And that's a lot of what's been going on. I mean, you saw a big move toward the end of last year, which was not to do with us. It was to do with other developments.
Well, you just mentioned that the public is expecting you to get back to 2%, and Americans overwhelmingly are citing high prices, inflation as their number one concern. Can you explain to them why you're prioritizing the labor market, which seems relatively stable to most people, instead of their number one concern, inflation?
So we, as you know, we have a network of contacts in the U.S. economy.
What a stupid stop loss there. Oh my God.
Banks. So we
would have been so green on this.
People are experiencing really costs. It's really high costs, and a lot of that is not.
Probably would have been a payout, to be honest.
That is just embedded higher cost due to higher inflation in 2022 and 23. So that's what's going on, and so the best thing we can do.
I gotta sell it because there's a consistency rule on this account, so I can't make too much. More than 500 would be tough. Well, that's a nice recovery there. That was a bad stop again. It was this low that I should have paid attention to. I was thinking about this low. All right, all right. At least we're making progress. Haven't lost on FOMC yet. Wish I copy traded, but of course, no. That's why I'm trading better, because I'm not copy trading. So a bunch of accounts still at $900 loss. I think I'm gonna go based on lowest equity.
Just to follow up on that, I mean, this is now the third time that you've cut this year, and inflation.
Bull knocks I'm not gonna touch. The account's healthy. It's fine.
You're sort of trying to say that you're okay with where inflation is.
I guess this one.
As long as people understand that at some point you still want to get back to 2% because inflation is relatively stable where it is.
Everyone should understand, and the surveys show that they do, that we're committed to 2% inflation, and we will deliver 2% inflation. But it's a complicated, unusual, difficult situation where the labor market is also under pressure, where job creation may actually be negative. Now, supply of workers has also gone way down, so the unemployment rate hasn't moved that much. But, you know, it's a labor market that seems to...
What do you mean anymore? I don't do that a lot. I mean... Right now I'm gonna try to pass this one, and then that'll be my 20th account. That will put me at 20.
This is a story at this point, is that if you get away from tariffs, inflation is in the low 2s.
I think.
So it's really tariff.
16, 17, 18, 19. Yeah, I'll be at 20. So one of these three I got. Well, this one's failed. So I have 2 evals.
Our job is to make sure that it is, and we will do that job. But right now, you've got this difficult balance, and there are risks to both sides. There's no risk-free path. If it was just inflation and the labor market was just really strong, and then rates would be higher, as they were for more than a year. You know, we didn't have to worry about inflation. Sorry, about the labor market, because the labor market unemployment was very low. If you remember, when inflation was very high, there was a labor shortage, so we could focus entirely on inflation. Now it's different. We actually have risks to both, and I think we're doing the best we can for people. They also care about their jobs. They do care about affordability, and the best thing we can do there is both to support economic activity, but also, you know, make sure that when tariff inflation goes down and disappears, inflation lands around 2%.
Thanks so much, Elizabeth Schulze with ABC News. Just to follow up, you keep talking about job growth being negative. Why do you think job growth is so much worse than some of the official data? Why do you think job growth is, to follow up on your comments about job growth, why is it so much worse than the official data is suggesting?
Oh, well, we know, I think I don't think this is particularly controversial. It's very difficult to estimate job growth in real time. They don't count everybody. They have a survey. And there's been something of a systematic overcount. And so we expected, and they correct it twice a year.
Sorry, guys, was texting my dad.
The correction would be 800,000 or 900,000. I won't get the numbers exactly right. And that was exactly what happened. So we think that has persisted. And so there's an overcount in the payroll job numbers, we think, continuing. And it will be corrected. I don't have the exact month in my head right now, but... And that's just, I think forecasters generally understand that. So, and we think it's about 60,000 a month, so 40,000 jobs could be negative 20. And, you know, that could be wrong by 10 or 20 in either direction. But in any case, but the thing is, that's job creation in a way, that's demand. Labor supply has also come down quite sharply. So, you know, if you had a world...
It would be nice to get one more account agreement. It would be nice to get a take profit trader, like $500 payout. But without a dip, it's gonna be hard.
Job creation is negative. I just think we need to watch that situation very carefully and be in a position.
Daily chart breakout though. Daily chart breakout. It looked so weak this morning, and boom, just broke the support just a tiny bit, and boom. Now we're squeezing.
So it's probably part of the story. It's not a big part of the story yet. We don't know whether it will be. But, you know, for example, if you look at, you can't miss the big announcements of layoffs and also companies saying that they're not going to hire anybody for a long time. And they cite AI. That's all clearly happening. At the same time, people are not filing for unemployment insurance. And since job creation, job finding rates are extremely low, if there were big numbers of layoffs, you'd expect the continuing claims to go up, and you expect new claims to go up. But really haven't much. So it's a little bit curious. Longer term, though, you know, the question is, what are we going to see here? And we don't know, but it's, you know, it may be that in past technology, really significant technology.
I'm gonna try forcing the other eval first. So I have two evals. One's at 4,500. If I could get that one to decent profit, then I could just hedge.
This may be different. You know, it's every time we have a wave of technology, we think, oh, this could put a lot of people out of work. What are they going to do? In the past, there's always been more work and higher productivity, and incomes have risen. What will happen here, we're going to have to see. But right now is such early days. We don't think we see much. It's certainly not showing up in layoffs yet.
Thank you, Chair. Enda Curran, Bloomberg News. Given the breadth of views on the policy committee, why is there such a division of views between
the policy what?
On the committee?
Thank you.
Why is there such a division of views between the presidents and the board members?
You know, it's not so stark as that. The views are more varied in each group as well. There's some of that, but I would say they're also governors and they're people on both sides in both groups. I wouldn't put too much in that.
Okay, and just to follow up, please, given your growth upgrade, how would you factor in, or what would be the economic impact if the Supreme Court is to strike down the tariffs that they're currently hearing, please, in terms of growth and inflation? Thank you.
I really don't know. It would depend. It would depend on a whole bunch of things we don't know. So I can't really help you there.
Just scalping the eval, trying to get it close to
Thank you, Chair Powell. Christine Romans, NBC News. Wanted to ask you about how the higher income households are really driving spending right now. They're backed by home equity and stock market wealth, but lower income consumers are really struggling with the
damn, still going higher, huh?
of rising prices. It's price levels, not really the
Oh, so tempted to buy on my take profit and hold, but
K-shaped economy, and what are the Fed's thoughts on whether that's a risk going forward?
So we do, through our vast network of contacts and just through our observation of what's going on in the economy, we hear about this a lot. If you listen to the earnings reports for consumer-facing companies that tend to deal with low and moderate income people, they'll all say that we're seeing people, you know, tightening their belts, you know, changing products that they buy, buying less, and that sort of thing. And so it's clearly a thing. It's also clearly a thing that, you know, asset values, housing values, and securities values are high, and they tend to be owned by people more at the higher end of the income and wealth. So as how sustainable it is, I don't know. Most of the consumption does happen by people who have more means. I think, you know, the top third accounts for way more than a third of the consumption, for example. So it's a good question how sustainable that is. You know, the best we can do is to have a, you know, price stability and a strong labor market. What we saw, for example, what we saw at the end of the, you know, the very, very long expansion that ended with the outbreak of the pandemic, we saw that it was 10 years and 8 months or something like that, the longest one in recorded history. In the last 2 years, most of the largest part of the wage gains were going to people in the bottom.
need 865.
So, you know, having a strong.
Just trying to get this eval to like almost pass, so that way I could just hedge the other ones for a little bit.
From a social standpoint, it's helping people.
Like once I'm like $1,500, $2,000 away from passing, I could just hedge, and one of them will guarantee pass, and the other one will still be healthy.
You know, full employment, maximum employment.
And that'll be my 20th.
Remains kind of weak with these rate cuts that we've seen.
Is there a chance we're going to see more affordability in the housing market so more people can maybe enjoy that part of wealth creation? I mean, the average age or median age of a first-time home buyer is now 40 years old. That's the highest on record.
Yeah, so the housing market faces some really significant challenges. And I don't know that, a 25 basis point decline in the federal funds rate is going to make much of a difference for people. Housing supply is low. Many people have very, very low rate mortgages from the pandemic period, and they kept refinancing and caught the really low. So it's made expensive for them to move. And, we're a ways away from that changing. Also, we haven't built enough housing in the country for a long time, and so a lot of estimates suggest that we just need more housing of different kinds. So housing is going to be a problem, and really the tools to address it are we can raise and lower interest rates, but we don't really have the tools to address a secular housing shortage, a structural housing shortage.
Thanks. Chris Rugaber, Associated Press. You mentioned on inflation, services inflation being low, goods inflation looking like maybe it'll...
Nope.
We had the wages report you mentioned today showing moderating wage growth. Where are there inflation risks? It looks like inflation is cooling in your view. At the same time, you have potentially negative hiring. Why not? Why aren't we hearing more about maybe more cuts in this environment?
Well,
Come on.
The risk inflation is pretty clear.
If I hit this target, I could definitely hedge.
Higher inflation. As I mentioned, most of the inflation over target is from goods. And we estimate, we expect, most of us, that inflation will be a one-time price increase and then come down. We just came off an experience where inflation turned out to be much more persistent.
Oh, so unfortunate.
Is that going to happen now? So that's the risk. The risk is either that tariff inflation just turns out to be more and more persistent.
So close. Oh, God.
From passing through the tariffs, we'll just keep doing that. So you see that. I think the other possibility is less likely.
We're at daily resistance. If this breaks out, oh, man.
The economy gets tight and you see, just traditional inflation. I don't see that as particularly likely. But so I think, again,
868.
People see.
Yeah, 868 to 880. If we break above that, it's going to be nice.
See the inflation risk, and I wouldn't dismiss that case. I don't dismiss that case, but you've got to.
It might need to pull back first.
The assessment we made.
Hi, Chair Powell. Neil Irwin with Axios.
Damn, how long does he speak? He speaks all the way till 4 o'clock.
We're experiencing a positive productivity shock, whether from AI or policy factors or whatever. And how much is that driving the higher GDP projection in the SEP?
So yeah, I mean, I never thought I would see a time when we had 5-6 years of 2% productivity growth. This is higher. This is definitely higher, and it was before it could be attributed to AI.
Damn, I should have gone out there. It was up so much.
You use it in your personal life, as I imagine many of us have. You can see the prospects for productivity. I think it makes people who use it more productive. It may make other people have to find other jobs, though. So it could have productivity implications while also having social and labor market implications that we don't have the tools to deal with. But yes, I think we're definitely seeing higher productivity. I think it's a little quick to be saying it's generative AI, but I don't know. The pandemic may have induced people to do more automation and do more things with computers to replace people, and that raises productivity, output per hour.
Does that imply a higher neutral rate, and therefore the policy might be a little easier than it seems?
All things equal, yes, but all things aren't equal. There are many things pushing in different directions on where the neutral rate would be. But yes, that argument does come up.
Matt Egan.
Thanks, Chair Powell. Matt Egan with CNN. After today, you only have 3 more meetings at the helm of the Fed. Since becoming Fed chair, you've seen multiple trade wars, the pandemic, COVID reopening, period of high inflation. I know your term's not up as chair until May, but I'm wondering if you've given any thought to what you want your legacy to be.
My legacy. My thought is that I really want to turn this job over to whoever replaces me with the economy in really good shape. That's what I want to do. I want inflation to be under control, coming back down to 2%, and I want the labor market to be strong. That's what I want. And all of my efforts are to get to that place. They have been all along, but ultimately, that's what I'm. And it's I don't have time to think about bigger things. I have
Yeah, go ahead, Dominican trader.
About that, but there's enough to do.
Relatedly, have you given any more
Come on, pump it up.
plans on whether or not you plan to stay on the Fed Board of Governors?
There we go. All right. So we have two accounts that are roughly $2,000 from passing. So what I got to do is figure out what $2,000 is. How come it doesn't tell me that? It used to tell me like what the stop loss was. Anyone know that? Why is it not showing me? It used to tell me like based on my stop. Ah, there it is. Okay.
I don't know. I wouldn't agree that that's collateral damage of our. I mean, over time we do what we do in order to create price stability and maximum employment, and those things are hugely valuable to.
I don't need.
When we raise rates to bring inflation down, that does work by slowing the economy, but we've moved back our policy back down to where it's certainly not strongly restrictive at this point. I think it's sort of
Okay, 9.
So that's what we're trying to do.
And then 8.
I would want people to understand that. I think what people are feeling is the effect of higher prices. There was a global wave, sort of every large economy in the world, sort of every large open economy, market-based economy in the world had a wave of inflation that looked an awful lot like ours. We actually came through better than any other country, substantially better. We had higher growth, we had better labor market, and this is really due to the American economy. We have an extraordinary economy, and people are innovative, they work hard, and so we're all of us who work in economics jobs are really fortunate to have.
Okay, and all I gotta do is.
Thank you very much.
Breaking news, Fed Chair Jay Powell following the committee's decision to cut interest rates by 25 basis points while signaling a higher bar for the next cut, what you might call the hawkish cut most were expecting today. Chair Powell saying the Fed is, quote, well positioned to wait to see how the economy evolves. Maybe, though, the biggest news of all today regarding the balance sheet. The Fed will buy short-term treasuries.
I got one Apex 50K at 6K. The drawdown rules goes by the current balance. Yes, current balance.
Stocks jumping on that news. You take a look at the Dow up more than 1% right now.
And since you're double, Dominican trader, here's the confusing part. Since you're double, since you are double your drawdown, you actually get 50% of drawdown. So you could risk $3,000 per trade.
Now, with our Fed Day tradition, double lines, Jeffrey Gunlock is with us exclusively. It's good to see you. This may sound so strange to ask it like this, but did we
Oh my God.
cut inside of a dovish meeting? Did we just get
$14 from passing. So see, I hedged, went long, and I went short because I only had to make, this is my 20th account, so I don't need both. But I still saved. I still have $3,000 worth of drawdown on the other one. All right, so now all I need is 4 ticks.
And so he says maybe a 40,000 stated job report is really a negative
Boom, passed. All right, 20 accounts, first time in forever. Yes, finally. Oh. I think my math is correct. No. So you got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 150Ks. So 1,550Ks. 1, 2, 3, 100Ks and 250Ks. 1. Hold on, is my math not correct? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. We're at 19. Kept forgetting that I blew one today. Fuck. All right, well, we got 2 more evals. Or is it 1 more eval? 2 more evals. I have 100K and 150K eval. I can't believe I lied to myself. I'm not gonna go for it today. I'm gonna blow those evals if I go for it. Yeah, it's 90% off. No reason to rush. Oh, okay. Let me send that to you. I think I saw.
I mean, I asked it the way I did because you could say, well, Powell says the bar is high for more cuts. As you said, they're well positioned to wait. Those are his words. You say, okay, that's the hawkish cut that we were expecting. But then when they lay on the announcement of the Treasury purchases, the market is at the highs of the day. The S&P could...
Oh, wait. There's 2 of you. I'm confused.
Well, maybe that was actually a dovish meeting because of what some already consider this to be QE light. You get where I'm coming from?
Yeah, I do understand that. The thing that's interesting about this meeting is the dissents. You know, you had...
Hold on, never mind.
The Myron guy wants 50 basis points all the time. 2 didn't want any cut. And I guess there were a few... what they call...
There's someone from a long time ago.
The committee seems more hawkish to me than Jay Powell's...
Wait, that is you. Same name. We used to have a different name as well, right? It was... Oh, maybe that was your username on YouTube. Pegasus is alive. Is that the same person? You won in October.
We could have rates go one way or the other. You know, you might even hike rates, not just cut rates. Powell's answer was pretty much, there's no way we're hiking.
All right, Powell is done. Let's just turn this off.
Rather specific question.
Well, he said it wasn't the base case, right? He said hiking rates wasn't.
Turn that shit on. Nice. I just sent it over to you. Thanks for your patience. I wasn't sure if you would prefer Apex or that. All right. 19 Apex accounts, I guess. Still not at 20. Let's see if the market slows down. If it slows down, I'm just going to call it a day. I'm so tempted to trade my Take Profit Trader account, though. Just a little bit. Like $300 payout. $300 payout would be nice. But kind of turning over now. Short to low of day. Yeah, it would be nice. I don't know. I don't know if I trust the short, even though we are double topping from the weekly's high. Right here, we have a lot of resistance. 1, 2, 3, 4 peaks. And then we have the bottom here. So interesting level right here. But yeah, now it completely died. ATR died. Yeah, the 350 move is something I also enjoy. Overall, not the worst P&L. I was down $900 pretty much on every account, so recovered some couple accounts. Then I got 1, 2, 3 accounts pretty much fully recovered. And then these, you know, these are healthy accounts, so I'm not as eager to recover them. You know, like $900 loss, I still got $4,500 worth of drawdown. I'm not going to force a trade on these accounts because if I lose an ORB tomorrow, then that's a different story. Is the Lucid giveaway going to be today or tomorrow? I think tomorrow. I'm already so exhausted. And I got to go get stuff. I got to drive. I want to beat the traffic a little bit. But Yeah, this is dead, guys. All right, I'm gonna be done. I'm done. It's pretty dark outside. This makes no sense. I know it's cloudy, but literally like minimal daylight at the moment. And I gotta go get some panels for my TV wall. So I'll see you guys all tomorrow. Be good, be safe. Overall, not the worst day, but very frustrating and very tiring day. But no, not really damage, you know, just a little less ideal. But as far as the red day goes, I mean, I guess I got to take that. I don't have a lot of good red days. A lot of my red days are bad. So this is definitely a good red day, and just got to take it on the chin and move on, right? A lot of times if we just always accepted the red days, we would be fine. Love you guys. I'll see you all tomorrow. Thanks for all the likes. Amazing amount of likes today. So that was good. Thank you for the gifted subs from Miss K. And how many likes do we have today? 256. I like that. All right, guys. See y'all tomorrow. We'll do it all over again tomorrow. Hopefully, with FOMC over with, we have some volatility tomorrow, at least for the first hour and a half. Signing off. Play my song. And we out.
Yeah. Take profit, Alpines on the rise. More be placed, candles start to fly. TRADEIFY flow, boys drifting now. YouTube chat lit, whole squad on the line. Wake up chart low, money on the screen. Scalping them picks, keep the setup clean. Apex funded, wrist tight, I'm in. Turn a loss to a win, living out the dream. Take profit, Alpines on the rise. More be placed, candles start to fly. TRADEIFY flow, boys drifting now. YouTube chat lit, whole squad.
Yes, net red on the day.
I was built for the game. No 9 to 5, tick by tick is the name. Profit run deep, watch the numbers climb. Whole chat cheering when we catch that line. Take profit, Alpines on the rise. More be placed, candles start to fly. TRADEIFY flow, boys drifting now. YouTube chat lit, whole squad on the line.
Have a good night, guys.